are the templates for the shapes. So 2 large circles, 4 medium, 8 leads, this kind of thing. So you are just
SewingStreet have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Are you a fan of SewingStreet and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search SewingStreet fans and Yarn Lane TV fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again. We love designer fabric here at SewingStreet. From the vibrant colours of K Facet and Tula Pink to the classic designs of Liberty and William Morris and contemporary fabric by Tim Holtz. We're also proud to have wonderful guest designers in the SewingStreet family who share their patterns and designs with us. So we're celebrating our love of designers with Designer Week from Monday the 21st to Sunday the 27th of June. Join us for plenty of new designer fabrics from K Facet, Tula Pink, Liberty, Anna Maria Horner, Riley Blake and much more. As well as projects and inspiration live from 8 AM to 1 PM on Freeview Channel 72, Sky 670, YouTube and Facebook Live. Check out the programme guide on our website for details on what's on each day.
Hi there, I am Anna Maria Horner and I wanted to say hello to everyone at SewingStreet and introduce myself. I'm here in Nashville, Tennessee. This is actually my craft shop in Nashville called Craft South, and it's where I have my studio set up. I'm a fabric designer for Free Spirit Fabrics. I also do a curated line called Conservatory Craft, which is a collection of other fabric designers that I work with around the world and make it special for quilters to use as fabrics. And we have a needlepoint collection as well for Conservatory Craft. And I've been a pattern designer and author for 16 years or so.
Good morning, good morning. What a lovely day. It's raining outside, so it's perfect for being inside. And you will have just seen that lovely little clip from Anna Maria Horner, who is our designer today, designer of fabrics. Oh my goodness. Now, my biggest dilemma is which one shall I buy? So when we go through them in a minute, maybe you'll let me know what you think. But first, we've got more goodies for you, and the first thing we have got for you is our early bird. And our early bird, of course, is our special starter item to get us going. Brand new today. Look at this. I absolutely love it. So this is a little scissor set, little embroidery scissors in its own little keeper. Take them out, it's got a nice little protection on there. Look at these little scissors, and they're attached, so you're not going to lose them. I'm just going to cut the edge of this fabric. So they're just little snips to cut the edge of the fabric, to cut your thread, etc. That's all you need to do with them. Just have them handy right by your sewing machine, or when you're doing hand sewing. I'm just putting that little protector on, pop them back in the little case, and then you can keep them in your bag. I just love these. Really, really sweet little item, and it's just $4.99. $4.99 for, brand new today, this little pair of scissors in its little scissor keep, and lovely little snips to cut your thread ends when you're sewing quickly. You want to have a little pair of scissors to hand, and then pop them back in its little keep. Of course, people are buying multiples because, again, you know, as we keep saying, this sort of thing makes a really lovely gift. And I'm just sort of saying at the moment because I know it's the time that we start thinking about gifts for teachers. People buy gifts for their teachers. So this is a really nice little gift, even if they're not a sewer. Kat's just asked if I'm hinting that I want a gift. No, I mean, I'm thinking of school teachers. Although I have to say, my sewing group did buy me a pair of fabulous dressmaking scissors for Christmas one year, and they are lovely. And they were a brand that we sell here. So yes, if you have made friends over Zoom, what a lovely little gift to give to somebody. And quite nicely too, because I know a lot of the time parcels are done by weight now, aren't they, and thickness and things. Not too heavy, not too thick. So you could actually send those through the post with a little bit of bubble wrap or something to keep them protected. Now, we have found these elsewhere. And so we're going to show you. So we have found these at $9.99. Look, it's exactly the same set. Scissors in its little case, exactly the same set, $9.99. We're selling it at $4.99 as our early bird price. That is ridiculously different, isn't it? It's got the dimensions on there as well if you wanted to check. It's quite, you can see it fits in the palm of my hand. There's a small little pair of embroidery scissors that fits neatly in the hand there. Oh, look, another one. This is another website we found these on, £10. Again, exactly the same one. So we're less than half the price of that. So that is a really good little deal. And I just love the fact it comes in its own little scissor keep to keep them protected and to keep you protected if you pop them into your handbag. So ours today, just £4.99, brand new to us. And of course, this is our early bird offer. They might not stay at this price, and we have a limited stock of them. We bring them in specially for you. And we don't know, obviously, at this point in time, we don't know whether we'll bring them in at this price. So really lovely little snips, look, just cut into the fabric. And you can cut your little thread tails when you're sewing. Just quickly snip your thread tails. Very handy. I'll always have multiple pairs of scissors. I have a pair that I have by the sewing machine. I have a pair that I have in my handbag all the time. You know, I have a pair that I have in my work box. So it is something to have. Jane Greenough. Oh, is Jane Greenough in tomorrow? She has 40 pairs of scissors. So often you'll find that people that do sew a lot, they will have scissors with a ribbon or something attached, and it will be like a little keep or a pin cushion or something like that. It's just so useful, because otherwise what you find is you've got the scissors on the table somewhere and you're sort of hunting around for them. But this keeps them nice and safe. I just think it, and look at this with all the little bits on it as well. It's got sort of the notions, the threads, tape measure, buttons, all those really lovely little things. It's a beautiful little scissor keep. So a really lovely little gift for yourself as well as for somebody else. And we do know now that, I mean, certainly at the exhibitions like Hesford of Quilts, Knitting and Stitching, we're asking people to bring their own little sewing kit if they come to classes, so we're not sharing. So this is ideal for that sort of thing too. You know, you've got your little pair you can take to classes, but nice and safe in its own little keep. So it's really lovely. So don't miss out on that. $4.99, not £10, not $9.99, which we've just seen on other websites. This is $4.99. Once you start with your basket you pay £3.95 post and packing for the 1 day only. Once a day, and then anything else you buy later on in the show. And when we bring you these Anna Maria fabrics, you will buy something, I'm sure, because they are gorgeous, so gorgeous. And of course, we've got Living in Loveliness, we've got Fiona, so we've got lots of other things for this show. So bottom post and packing for the entire day. But of course, I need to go on to our panel of the week. So don't forget these scissors. We'll probably look at them again in a bit. But the panel of the week now. So what do we have on the panel of the week? Well, what was it this week? It was the summer solstice. So hopefully you've seen this before. This is our panel of the week this time. This is really beautiful. It's Stonehenge. So it's one of our lovely iconic sites in this country. So we've got Stonehenge during the day, 11 o'clock, Elliot thought this was, 11 o'clock in the morning. Oh, you think it's earlier than that now, do you? Yeah. Shadows get shorter as the day. When it gets to midday, they're virtually impossible, aren't they? There's a people shadow there, a person shadow. Creepy. I remember the days when you could actually go and play on the stones. And then we've got the sunset one there. Can you just see that one? Look, that sunset one. So you've got that, and then you've got the sort of 2 coordinating panels. So this would make, it would make lovely bags. It would make lovely cushions. It would be a panel in a quilt. There's lots of things that you can do with this. It's such an iconic site. So each of these squares are 13.5 inches. So if you put a 14-inch square cushion in it, you've got a lovely plump cushion. You always buy the cushion size, the same size as the fabric before you cut it, so that when you've sewn it and you've taken seam allowances, it's a tight fit, which makes the cushion nice and plump. So this is really lovely. So you've got the 4 panels here. It's only at this price of £4.99 this week. After midnight on Sunday, it will go up to its original price if there are any still left. It's printed especially for SewingStreet, of course. It's a SewingStreet panel. You can always tell that because it's got the... And of course, it's especially for the summer solstice that we wanted to celebrate on Monday, but the weather didn't hold, did it? It was quite a miserable day. So you have it here. So no, we're not on the fast track to winter, Kate and the cat. No, we're not. No. On the way to a lovely, lovely summer. Let's be positive here. It's got to happen for us. So this is our lovely panel of the week. Oh, okay, so let's just recap on the early bird because half the stock has already gone. So this is brand new in today. This is this lovely little pair of, I'm just going to push that out of the way a bit, lovely little pair of embroidery scissors. If you've got them in your basket, be careful because they're not yours until you've checked out. And don't worry if you check out. I know the post and packing seems extraordinarily high compared to the price of these scissors, but of course that post and packing lasts you all day. So that doesn't matter. You can check out and then you can buy something else later and you won't pay post and packing again. So then it kind of becomes more good value. So look at this lovely little pair of scissors in their own little keep, own little pocket keep there. So you can keep those in your handbag, you can keep them in your sewing box. You're not going to do any damage when you put your hand in your bag. You can buy multiples as well. That's absolutely fine. It's got this lovely pattern on the little keep. And it's really useful to have them on this sort of, you'll find a lot of sewers will do this. They'll have a ribbon or something and they'll attach it to something else. And it's so that you don't lose them because when you're busy sewing, that's what happens. And then you're sort of going around like this. But if it's attached to a ribbon, it's much easier to find and less likely to disappear under everything else. So it's very popular this morning, which isn't surprising because we have shown you the comparative prices. 2 other websites, one at £9.99, one at £10, and we're selling them at £4.99. So if you do have them in the basket, please check out. Now we're going to do the menu for today because it's got some really fabulous things coming up. Our first one is our Anna Marie launch Bright Eyes fabric. They are absolutely gorgeous. Perhaps if you've seen the little piece we had on the preview before we started the show today, you might have seen Anna Marie talking about them. They are absolutely gorgeous. Now these are the fabrics that we've got. Now, we can't find them because we're launching these, and we think we are the first to launch these in this country. We can't find them anywhere else at the moment. We know they're coming, but we are the first to launch them. We've brought them to you as soon as we possibly could. So that's what we're going to look at in just a few minutes. Then at 9 o'clock, I'm joined by Fiona Hesford from Sew Girl, and this is with her Orla dress. Super comfy to wear, and we've got it in various different fabrics here just to show how wonderful it looks, from denims, linens, cotton poplins, etc. Very, very comfy dress to wear. And in fact, I think she's going to be wearing one of her versions when she comes through. And then we have at 10 o'clock, we have Living in Loveliness with Kerrie, our lovely, lovely Kerrie. We've got our scrap bags back. So these are these little bags of snippets of fabrics. Everyone will be slightly different. Liberty and Riley Blake fabrics, really beautiful. And we've also got the zips. We've got the zips. The zips that I'm still gutted about, because when I bought them before we had her on the show, I paid a lot more than she was selling them for. And then we have at 11, Fiona's back with her Doris Dungarees, which Cat feels is named after her new cat called Doris. So that's what it is. This is Fiona modelling them here. So nice dungarees. They're really in fashion, and she will show. And always her patterns are easy to make. It's all about making things easy to make, easy to wear. So it's a really lovely pattern, really comfy fit. And then we finish with Alison Glass and Jason Yenter fabrics. That's at 12 o'clock. So more beautiful fabrics coming up. But first off, it's time. It's time to delve. I'm allowed to start touching these fabrics now, because they're absolutely beautiful. And they've come from this new range by Anna-Maria Horner. She's very vibrant, very beautiful. She's actually kindly sent a little message to us, which we're going to play for you in a little while. Oh, we're going to play it now. Let's play that message now, because she really does explain these beautifully.
Hi there, I am Anna-Maria Horner, and I wanted to say hello to everyone at SewingStreet and introduce myself. I'm here in Nashville, Tennessee. This is actually my craft shop in Nashville called Craft South, and it's where I have my studio set up. I'm a fabric designer for Free Spirit Fabrics. Today, I'm here to share my Bright Eyes collection with you, which is going to be preview to all of you this week. And I just wanted to give a little insight about my inspiration when I was designing the line. First and foremost, some of the very first images for Bright Eyes came from a trip that I took to New Zealand in 2019. And I had I won't even get into it, but if you follow me on Instagram, you would know in my sharing like what some of those travel days were like when I was going from one city to another to teach. And I had a really long day, and I arrived at my host's home in the middle of the night on this beautiful big farm that I couldn't see because it was dark. And I was exhausted and had a deep sleep, but when I woke up the next morning, I pulled the curtain open to reveal the most beautiful garden of poppies and every flower that you can possibly imagine over just huge amounts of space on this 5,000 acre farm in New Zealand. And so I immediately grabbed my phone and went outside in my pajamas and started taking pictures. And one of the very first pictures that I took was this incredible poppy that I have recreated for my fabrics here. And I've named this poppy Bossy, because it just really took over all my thoughts about creating a collection that's just really about observation. And I buried it in this sort of chrysanthemum bed that wasn't real life, but I also was absolutely enamored with those chrysanthemums. But Bright Eyes is just that. It's about keeping your eyes bright and being willing to see all the beauty that's around you in the natural world, as well as beauty that only lasts seconds. And you have to recreate in your mind, like this print called Visitation, which is kind of a bouquet of birds. And at the home that I lived in for 18 years or so, there was always finches every spring that would come and sit on the eave of my studio roofline. and they would come and they would leave as fast as they came. But so I kind of recreated that, and there's this other colorway here. But the way that I design fabrics is primarily for use in quilting. It's beautiful for garment and all sorts of things and craft projects, but I really like to think about how quilters cut up and use fabrics and how you can really feature one element over another if you're doing applique or borders. This is a print called Brimming, which is really just this really lush and detail-oriented kind of border print that works itself out in horizontal rows. These are all just fat quarters, or actually half yards, so you're not seeing the full length of it, but you get the idea. And even the quilt behind me, this is the Visions quilt for Bright Eyes that I designed. It has these long borders here around the edge of the brimming. So again, I really like thinking about all the uses for the fabrics when you're doing patchwork. And in addition to those feature prints, I have all these lovely coordinates with lots of, like this was inspired by crochet, like granny squares or granny circles, granny sunshines, I don't know what you would call them. And then this is just a smaller, simpler version of the poppy. It's called Cheering Section because those little buds remind me of arms and like cheering with pom-poms. And this is called Dot Your Eyes. It's sort of like a non-traditional dot. It almost looks like little eyes and eyelashes. This was inspired by a favorite old crochet blanket in my family, just with all those kind of like 70s and 60s polyester colors. But here it's in a beautiful cotton, of course. This is called In Town because it's kind of like a grid, like little city blocks, but it was actually inspired by needlepoint guide for doing a basket weave stitch. But that makes a really great background for applique because it's colorful, but it allows the features to show up and it creates great lines if you're a hand quilter. And this is called Picky. This is just sort of like a reference back to those chrysanthemums that are more graphic and kind of cheery form. And this is called Stacked. I'm gonna open these up for you so that you can see. This was inspired by hand-painted ceramic bowls. But these are really fun to cut up for applique, for petals on flowers, and or for leaves growing up a stalk. And here's another colorway. The colorways are lunch and dinner. Get it? Stacked bowls. So I hope you've enjoyed a little close-up look and some words about my inspiration, and I've been watching the world situation very closely and really looking forward to hopefully coming to the UK very soon to spend some time with you. Bye!
So that gave me a chance to have a bit of coffee. But you know what the worst thing about that is? I couldn't still touch these fabrics. I mean, I can still stroke them, but I couldn't open them up and have a look at them. How amazing. I mean, we've got to say thank you for Anna Maria for filming that for us, because that was done specially for us. I mean, her fabrics are amazing. The colours are incredible. The inspiration behind them is incredible. I just love the idea that she went to this place, this big farm, and she just went to bed exhausted, woke up in the morning, opened the curtains, and suddenly found this array of colour for her to work from. Absolutely beautiful. But let's delve into this. Now, this bundle is £134.82p. It's a bundle of 20 half metres, so that's 10 metres of fabric, but actually you're only paying for 18. So you're getting 2 free, so you choose which of these is your free ones. So you're saving almost £15 on the total collection. This collection, it's all about colour. The whole thing that Anna Marie was just saying just now, it's about having bright eyes, seeing things with fresh eyes, seeing colour and grouping them, and they all work beautifully together. And when she designs them, she thinks about quilting. She thinks about how they will go together, how you can use different parts of them. And you can see from her sewing room that she is all about colour. It does means colour, and it's all about, it's definitely most vibrant. It really is absolutely lovely. I was saying to Kat, actually, what a job that would be, just to design those beautiful fabrics and sit there, look and work with all of that. Isn't that gorgeous? And of course, they are on the Free Spirit fabrics, so they are beautiful, good quality cotton fabrics, lovely soft cottons. So she's talking about how you can use these for quilting, but of course you can use them for all sorts of other crafts as well, from bag making, cushion covers, furnishings, and of course dressmaking. Hence my question is, which one do I buy? So now the bundle, the mega bundle here, they come pre-cut in half meters. So you get 20 half meters, in other words, 10 meters of fabric. And of that, effectively 2 of these pieces are for free because you're paying for 18 and you're getting 20. Let's start with one of them. I want to start with, I'm going to go right round here because this is the first one that she picked out. And I think this is my favourite. If you look at that print. This is one that she was picking out. This is this poppy, and it's so beautiful. This is just half a metre. Look what you're getting. So it's half a metre. If I hold it up, you can see the width. Isn't that beautiful? See, you can see this as a dress, can't you? Or a big skirt. It's beautiful. And I tell you what, the pattern we've got later on with Fiona, which is a trapeze dress, so you've got very few seams, and that's the point. When you've got a big print like this, you don't want to cut into it too much. It would be perfect. It is directional, so you have to bear that in mind. So it might mean you need to buy a little bit more. We can ask Fiona about that. Or you could fussy cut the poppy for a quilt or for a cushion. And it's on this lovely bed. Did she say these were chrysanthemums that she said these were? So this is just one, and it's lovely and soft. So that is one. Is that my one? No, one of 20. I mean, the thing is, I could get all 20 as a bundle. And that's what everybody's been telling me to do on my Facebook so far, get all 20. The thing is, I would want to make clothing or cushions out of them. Cushions you could definitely easily make out a half metre, but dresses, I could combine them. I could make a patchworky dress. That's not a bad idea, because they do go together really well. Look at this one. This is the one it's sort of a stripe, but this is the one that Anna Maria was saying she'd used as a border on the quilt that she did. So just using that section there. Isn't that lovely? You can easily do that. And again, it would make a great cushion cover. I think the best thing about these is that if you just have one piece, you don't have to do anything else. You could just have a piece, cushion cover size, and you've got a beautiful piece there. You could centre it so that you've got 3 rows of the flowers going down the centre of the cushion. That's so lovely. Really, really lovely piece. I love this one. Now this one, this is a stripe. And this is actually in another colour as well. So that's one colour of it. And this is this colour. This is a tealy colour. And again, look at that. It does make, the darker background does make those colours really pop out. Really look gorgeous. Isn't that lovely? And again, you can easily do this. You could do this as a cushion cover. You could do it as a quilt. You could do it as a plique. So you can cut some of these out and applique them onto a plain. And we have got a bundle of plain fabrics to do that sort of thing with. So if we don't get to the plain fabrics, do look on the website. They are on the website. So this is also in a third colourway. So there's a burgundy background. So that's that one. That's with the jadey background. And then we have this one. It's not burgundy, no. It is more magenta. Again, it's really lovely. Is there a right way up? I think there is. But I don't think it matters. So this is really beautiful. Look at the colours on this. Really lovely. That's obviously, that's only half of it. I'm sort of showing you a quarter of a metre, but if I open it up, you're getting a half a metre of each. And don't forget, if you get this mega bundle, and we do only have a limited number of the mega bundles, you will get the extra 2 effectively, because what you're paying for is 18 and you're getting 20 half metres. And it is available on split pay because it's over £100. So it's £67.41p over 2 payments. It will be packaged today and you'll get it shortly. As soon as it can get out, it's ready cut already. So I'm going to go dip into this other one. This is the other poppy variation. So it looks very different. So the poppies on this one are smaller. But again, look at the colours on that. It's really beautiful, isn't it? And then again, you've got the chrysanthemums. I don't think I'm saying that right. Chrysanthemums. No, don't think I'm getting that right. Almost there. You've got these other pretty little flowers all around it, sort of picking out the colour. And again, you could easily use these as a pliqué. This would be absolutely beautiful. Or I mean, what about curtains? What about bedding? I mean, that's a bit of an extravagant bedding, isn't it? My goodness, how beautiful would that look? Certainly quilt, if you open the curtains, and these are your curtains, aren't they gorgeous? But you can see how she got her inspiration. Let's also look at these. So again, these are poppies again, so we're just sort of going a bit smaller. Oh, is that what she called these? Cheering? Oh yes, cheering poppies. Yeah, the little yay! So again, very pretty. So it's on this sort of almost limey yellow. It's very, very pretty, very bright, very in today. And again, the fact that you've got some smaller ones here means that you can actually use these for different parts. So if you are thinking quilting or patchwork, you can cut them into smaller pieces because you've got smaller prints on there, but still very, very bold, still beautiful. I do love that one as well, actually. And it's beautiful, soft fabric. So you don't have to cut these. You can do patchwork with these, but you don't have to do tiny patchwork. You could do bigger pieces because the fabric is the main message here. It's not all the intricate patchwork in it, it's the fabric. Let the fabric do the talking. And then we have that same design, but on a soft pink, dusky pink background. So we still pick out the greens here. So again, it's a really lovely, pretty design, and that background just makes those poppies really stand out. It's really beautiful. They will all be available by the half metre, but at the moment we're looking at the mega bundle, which means they've all been pre-cut into half metre pieces and you get all 20 of them, but actually you're only paying for 18. So these are really beautiful. That's another one, and the fabric is so soft and lovely. And then, of course, we've got the ones that she was talking about just now, the stacking. So these are like bowls, but she's absolutely right. You could actually use these as sort of flowers, kind of like really funky flowers. So you could cut out individual ones and then just machine embroidery stalks or even ribbons for stalks and just have like a really lovely, flashy cushion cover with very bright pliques on them. But again, as they look gorgeous as they are. They make all sorts of lovely things, whether you're going to make placemats, table mats, things for the kitchen or the sewing room. These are really beautiful. So this is also in 2 colourways. So one was lunch and the other one's dinner. So I'm guessing this one's lunch because it's got the whiter background. Do you know? Don't know. And then this one. So again, it's the same sort of idea with all these bowls, but slightly duskier colours. If you get this whole bundle, you could make a beautiful quilt, and I think you'll find that there is a free quilt pattern on the Free Spirit website, again, using these fabrics. Gives you an idea, so do go and have a look at that. You don't want to just leave them in, you've got to use them. You've really got to use this. So if you get these, you've got to make something. And whatever you make is going to be stunning. Even if all you do is make it with squares or half square triangles, you don't have to do anything really clever. What you can do with these is make something quite stunning from quite simple shapes. I say this glibly. I know, quilting isn't that easy, and you do have to match corners and things like that. But they are so beautiful, these fabrics. This is another one that I really like. This is the one she was talking about, the birds that are there briefly. And as she was sort of saying that sometimes you sort of do from nature, sometimes you do from my imagination in nature. So this is this lovely one. Oh, let's turn it round so that they're not on their sides. So she sort of called these like her bouquet of birds. Aren't these beautiful colours? And I just love this idea too. And again, if you're making something quite big, it's nice to have a nice big centrepiece. So this is on a sort of soft mint green. And then we have the same design. And have a look at this other design as well. This one, I love this one. She did a bouquet of finches is what she called these. Look at the colours on this. Look at the yellow and the orange and everything. I just think this one is gorgeous. Yes, I think she said this when she was living at home, and then they came and rested briefly on the eaves or something, and then they were gone. So this is her artistic creation coming out, isn't it? That she can see that and then think, how can I interpret that into fabric? And then, as well as this one, we have also got some more. Now these are more of her coordinating ones. So these are really beautiful as well, and they go so well with all these others. So let's look at this one. So this is the one she sort of referred to as a, what did she said, a granny square or a granny circle or something. But it has that feel, doesn't it? It has that feel. So again, it's kind of like a stripe. So that's the right way up if you want to, but it wouldn't matter. Isn't that lovely? Again, quite dramatic. And again, you could use one strip as a border. You could cut it and have two as a border. That would look like you've put lots of little bits together. I like that idea. So really beautiful. And there's also this in a different colourway as well. So that one is in the sort of blues. And then we also have it in a slightly darker colourway. So again, look at that, isn't that lovely? All those lovely colours in there, really pretty. All these little circles. Really nice. And then this all of these blend really well together, and I just love the fact that the colours, they're all sort of part of the same colour scheme. Every single one has, you've got the yellow, or you've got the orange, and they all sort of keep melding together, so you can use them all together. Let's look at this one. So again, we've got these in two colourways. Oh, this was inspired by a family quilt, we think. Because we watched the VT with you, so you might know better, but this is what we think it is. It's beautiful again, isn't it? It's the bright, you've got the bright blue, and then again you've got this sort of almost lime green coming through. And it just, if you pick them up, you can mix and match. I'll show you that in a minute. You really can. These are absolutely beautiful. And we've got another colourway as well. So this one is also in a soft pink. Oh, a lot of people are already getting ahead and buying it by the half metre. So here we are in the pink. So look at this. So again, it's very lovely, isn't it? And you can certainly see this. These are the bits that you could use if you're patchworking. You can use small pieces because it's a small design. So you can certainly cut these into small, and you can sort of fussy cut so you get these sort of beautiful areas. Absolutely gorgeous. I also think, can you imagine covering buttons? So you get, just cover a button with one bit. I mean, don't cut it out of the middle of the fabric. I'm only, oh, it's my broken nail again. Do it with that one. So lovely. And then we have got another, and I like these ones as well. I like them all. I like these as well as if I don't like any of them. I like them all. These ones, look at these lovely little flowers. These kind of sort of take me back to the 60s, flower power. So these are really lovely. Are they chrysanthemums? Oh yes, yes. All right, so the pink flowers that was in the video, this is what inspired this fabric. Elliot's just reminding me. Aren't they beautiful? So this is on a sort of tealy background. This is one. And again, this is a superb piece for cutting up the smaller sections of your patchwork if you're doing patchwork. And we also have it in a second colourway. Now, a quarter of our stock of this mega bundle has gone. And we've still got some left. We haven't even got through to the end. And this is again that same print, but this time this print is on a sort of soft goldy background. But again, it makes a different, the flowers sort of really stand out in a different way. It's very beautiful. So really lovely all over print. So this is the actual inspiration behind this one. These are Anna Maria's photos. She just, and I love that she can actually show where her inspiration has come from, and that's what she likes. She likes inspiration from nature, but she also obviously likes colour. Woman after my own heart, she is. And then we have this little print. Now this is her eyes. Dot your eyes. So if you look, it's an irregular spot, but she has sort of got like little lashes on them. Just make them different. So it's not just plain old spot. It's got some variation to a spot. It's just so lovely. So this is one colourway. This is on this sort of ruby colour. And then we also have it in this amazing green. This is aqua green. Look at that. So again, it's the same design here. I love this colourway. It is really lovely, but this is one that you can cut into very small pieces because you won't lose any of the design. Mix it with the other fabrics. I'll show you some of the mixes in a minute. And then finally in our collection here, now remember we think this is the mega bundle, but we think it's exclusive to us at the moment. And it is at an incredibly good price. You can get them in half-metre pieces. The mega bundle is $134.82. Saves you having to choose which you want. You can actually go for the whole lot. Makes it a lot easier, and you will get half a metre of each. So please do post pictures. Now this is the last of this collection. So this is the last of our Bright Eyes collection. Isn't this lovely? It's like a woven. What does she actually call this one? Have we got a name on it? See if I can find. The selvage is always lovely as well. If you look at the selvage, I love the fact you've got all these messages down them and colours. So this is really beautiful. So this is in this lovely green colours. This is really absolutely gorgeous. This is the whole mega bundle. Now, we do have a few words about her collection and where the inspiration behind her collection. So let's just share those with you. So this, you're going to make me read this. Hold on 1 second. I have to grab my other glasses. Okay, my Bright Eye collection celebrates the extraordinary beauty found in ordinary everyday surroundings and what happens if you keep your eyes bright and open. A vintage embroidered blouse, a woven blanket, a stack of hand-painted ceramics, gardens in light and dark, a visit from a family of finches that only last seconds. I've portrayed nature truly, as well as stretching the truth in versions that only happen in my eyes after a mindful studying of shape and form. When in New Zealand last year, I was hosted by a lovely family on a 1,000-acre farm that I arrived to in the night. I woke to a stunning garden all around the property that was hidden by dark until an early pull of the window shade. I owe the poppies and much of the palette of this collection to the surprise, delight and exploration that followed. I hope you feel all the same glow and optimism sewing with these fabrics as I did in creating them for you. Isn't that a lovely message? Look at those. Do please post your makes on the Facebook page if you do have these, because they are absolutely gorgeous. And congratulations to everybody that's got that mega bundle. I think that's a great thing. You are saving up to £15, almost £15, because you're getting 2 of the half-metre pieces for free. So you're getting 20 for the price of 18. It is available on split pay, so you can pay £67.41 now, get your mega bundle, no interest is charged, and then in a month's time you just pay the second half. And if you work it out in your head, you can forget the second half. It'll just go out and you don't have to worry about it. Now, we can also do all these by the half-metre. Look at all these beautiful fabrics. So I'm going to start again with the poppy. But this time I'm starting, this is the smaller of the poppy ones. That's it, if I just bring them in one by one. Now, our price by the half-metre is £7.49. So effectively, that's 16, just less than £16 a metre for a designer fabric. That is absolutely amazing. Now, this price is the price that we're charging for our designer fabrics right now. However, we know that most other places with designer fabrics will be charging more because prices have gone up. In fact, we were talking to Kerrie this morning and she's saying prices for fabrics have gone up. It's the way of the world, unfortunately. Now, we're keeping it at this price at the moment. We don't know how long for, and for a launch, it's amazing. So this is really, really beautiful. Look at this. Oh, look at that. We're going to show the inspiration behind the poppy there, and then the actual poppy. Look at that. Isn't that gorgeous? You can see, I mean, how real that is from the actual real poppy to her interpretation of it. Isn't it absolutely gorgeous? So yes, this really good price is available now. Your chance to buy by the half-metre. This will be cut off the bolt for you, which means that if you want to buy a metre, 2 metres or 3 metres, etc., that is what you can do, and you just add multiple units to your basket. So that's the poppy. We've got the bigger poppy now. I'm going to have to go a bit fast. I'm just realising the time. So this one has been really, really popular on pre-order. People are buying metre pieces. So again, look, we're going to show you it in the 2. Oh no, we're not. Okay. So this is the poppy. Again, it's really, really big and lovely. You can see that. That's gorgeous. And that is the most popular one at the moment, £7.49 per half-metre. If you are going to do the trapeze dress, you would need at least 3 metres. Possibly might be worth buying an extra half. At £7.49, it's worth it because it is directional. So you would need to make sure the pieces are laid out in the same way. So just bear that in mind. I personally think this is absolutely gorgeous. We do only have 15 metres available on the bolt. So I'm thinking you need at least 3.5 metres for a nice big full dress. Just sort of think that. So 3.5 metres means you put 7 units in your basket. Let's go for these. These are absolutely gorgeous. So all of these fabrics are on the website. You can actually look at them on the website. So don't worry if you're missing it right now. This is another one too. Look at this. This is the stacks of the bowls. This is lunch. The background is lunch. So this cries out. Again, you could make anything. I mean, you could even make palazzo pants out of this, couldn't you? But certainly a plique, you could use this in quilting. Because they're almost in stripes, you could use this as borders as well. So this is this, and then we've got the same in our same little stacks of, these are sort of inspired by stacks of bowls. So we've got the same lot, but this time in the blue. You've called breakfast. Okay. So, okay, let's call this one breakfast. So these are really lovely. So again, you've got the bowls, but this time on a little sort of light blue, sort of almost dusty blue background. Very, very pretty. Lunch is winning out of the 2 of these. So this is £7.49 for half a metre. So again, if you're thinking about a metre, then you just put 2 units in your basket. I think they're gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. And then we have, oh goodness, am I going to get through all of these? Let's go for the finches. So again, we have this in 2 colourways. This is the first one. This is on a sort of soft minty green background. Isn't it beautiful? This as the centre of a quilt. You could have a big central block here in your quilt, and you could have matching cushions. Again, you could absolutely do that as a cushion. You could have that bit there as a cushion. So you've got 2 pieces on it. If you buy a metre, you'll definitely get, because it's quite a long design, so it's quite a long repeat. So you probably want a metre to get the full effect of that as a panel. And then we have the same design, but look at the colours on this one. I just love the yellow on this one. Ooh. This is your favourite, Elliot, is it? It is so striking, isn't it? It really is. It's really beautiful. So this one's on like a sort of soft dusky pink. Really beautiful. So if you fancy this, a good idea would be to go for at least a metre, so you get that full length of those birds. And then we have, oh, what are we going to go for? We're going to go for these poppies. We've got 2 of these. Starting with the pink one. Now this has been very, very popular on pre-order. So this is our cheering poppies. Have we called them cheering poppies? Oh yes. Cheering. This is so sweet, isn't it? So you've got little poppies going, yay! Beautiful. So that's on the sort of soft pink colour. What do we call that one? Blush. That's on the blush. They are still available. The mega bundle is still available, and they are all still available, but because we're sort of running out of time, I'm speeding through these a bit quickly, but they are still available. Look at this one. And when we get to the next hour, we've got some more fabrics for the dress. We've got some bundles for that. But do think about these too. If you're thinking about something that's really bold, stands out. Simple designs are perfect for this kind of fabric. So this is the other little poppy ones, the cheering poppies, but this time it's on a sunny green. This is lovely. It is a very like a lime yellow. It's very pretty green. It is very much on trend for right now. And then, of course, we have these lovely sort of bordery ones that Anna Marie has used in her quilt. This is the purple. So this is called Grape, this one. So these beautiful designs, these are so perfect for the borders, just using one centre panel like that. Or you could applique. I mean, they're so lovely to do applique with as well. As soon as restrictions allow, we're hoping that Anna will come and visit us with her beautiful fabrics and tell us some more about how she's inspired. And maybe she'll be inspired by the English countryside for another range. Wouldn't that be lovely? So here we have, I think these are directional, these 2. I feel it should go up this way because of this one here. But isn't that lovely? So again, these beautiful flowers, and this time on this sort of green background, so that it really does shine. It's almost like fireworks, actually, isn't it? It's really beautiful. It is an explosion of colour. And then we have it on the creamy background, which is the most popular of this 3 on pre-order, or of the entire range. Oh, that's interesting. Look at that one. It is gorgeous, isn't it? Really is lovely. So whether it's used as a border, you could use it, you could make close out skirt, you could do cushion covers. I love the idea of a cushion cover, which is sort of just that bit there. I'm going to just fold that in, sort of like that. And then obviously you'd sort of, tends to be square, doesn't it? Although you don't have to have square cushions. But like that. Isn't that lovely? And you'd get a cushion out of a half a metre. But again, we're talking about the fact you can buy this now by the metre, so you can buy a longer piece. Isn't that lovely? Now we do only have 7 metres left available of this one. So if somebody does buy 3.5 metres, there'll only be 3.5 metres left. Quick maths, quite early in the morning. And then which ones? Let's go for these two. So these two are these lovely, the ones that sort of reminiscent of a granny circle. They're really lovely. So they have like a stripe in them, but it's a diagonal stripe, which is really lovely. So that's really nice. Can you see, look at this, the different colours. It's so fine details. This would be so beautiful. I mean, again, you can cut this quite small. You could fussy cut for a button. Look at that nice, self-covered button like that. You can cut it into strips. If you are thinking about the dress, which we have in the next hour, we think on the general quantity that needed is 3 metres. It's slightly less depending on your size, but go 3 metres. At 7.49 a half metre. It's always a good idea to get that extra half metre anyway, because you can always use it to make a bag. Dun, dun, dun. So there's always other things you can do with that little spare. And here we have the darker version. So it just kind of makes the colours pop out a bit more. This is really lovely. So this is our diagonal stripe. So really perfect for bias binding. Ooh, just throw my brand new glasses on the floor. It's because it's a diagonal stripe that is on the bias, so you can cut those strips and you can make really beautiful bias binding just from strips like that. Seems a bit of a waste, but it isn't, because that can really finish off a project. Imagine piping around a cushion. You put a thick piping cord in there and you've got that as your piping around a cushion. And then we have, I love these two as well, so we've got these two. So this one has got this blue background, but then it's got that lovely sort of lime green again. So look at that. If I put that in with it, look how they coordinate. They bring that together. We really could have done, look, and I put that one in there as well. See how they work together. They really do work well together. I could even put this one in, because it brings out the pink in that. So if you're going to go for the bundle, you can get these home, you can have a play. You can sit with a cup of coffee. I don't know why I'm putting them back in a particular order. It doesn't matter now. You can sit with a cup of coffee, lay them all out on your dining table, have a look at them and think, what am I going to do with that? I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. I think they're beautiful, I really do. And then the same little design here. So again, it's that same design, but this time on this sort of pinky colour. Very, very pretty. Again, you can fussy cut small bits. You could use this if you're quilting, patchworking. You can use small areas of this. It won't spoil the design because it's a smaller design. Really beautiful. The bundle is £134.82. You get half a metre of every single one of these pieces, 2 of which are effectively free because you're paying for 18. And we are getting limited on that bundle, by the way. Our mega bundle sold out yesterday, not surprisingly, again, because it's beautiful, beautiful fabric. And you need it. You need it in your stash. Yes, we don't often give a metre for free. It won't become the usual standard. But what is, it's because it's Designer Week we're doing that this week, but what is possibly, definitely, for a limited period is the price that we're charging for these designer fabrics at £7.49 for half a metre. That price will have to go up because it has gone up. We're just keeping it low for you because we value your custom. A lot of other places you can only get it on pre-order. We've got it. We're ready to go. We've got it in the warehouse. We think we are the first to have the actual range, which is really exciting for us. So this is this lovely floral. This was the design by, inspired by those chrysanthemums, or however you say those. So that's what the inspiration is from. We have it in a second colourway as well. This is our second colourway. So again, beautiful. I love this colourway. I like them all. This is the trouble. This is my dilemma. I do love them all. They're all beautiful, bright colours. It is going to, yes, it is going to be very hard to pick. I think I know. I will have to see what's available, yes. Well, to be honest with you, at the end of the day, if my one I finally choose isn't available, it'll be easy to choose another one because they're beautiful. So this is the little eyes, dot your eyes. It is just a little fun spot design. She called it an alternative spot. But I love it because it's not a spot, is it? It's not a regular spot. It's different. And this is all on the Free Spirit Fabrics, which is a lovely soft cotton. Beautiful. Beautiful to work with, beautiful to wear if you're thinking clothing. Oh, look at this one. See, again, I'm not sure which of the two I like best of these two colours. But so they do work well together. Yes, I think this is what you need to sit and do, isn't it? Play with these, mix and match the colours. We've got less than 5 minutes, so we can't. And I've got 2 more to go through. I could see so many things. I'm thinking of the some of the projects that Kerrie does as well. We've got kits, but you know, once you've got the pattern, these are so beautiful. And then our final one of this collection is this sort of woven design in just the one colourway. So this is really pretty. You can sort of think baskets, but it's not, it's just like a look of, isn't it? But it has that woven basket look. Really very, very pretty. Gorgeous fabric. So that is our Anna Marie Horner collection. Now, we do have a photo we have to show you. This is so important. This is our Ian. He's our scheduler and buyer, one of our schedulers and buyers, and he's with Anna Maria Horner. We think possibly in a show at Houston or something like that. Look at those quilts behind her, aren't they amazing? But yes, that's his claim to fame, that he sat on the couch with Anna Maria. But it was him that probably went over and chose these, you know. That's the thing. Or, well, he must have been there at some point, unless he's, that must have been a while ago. So, yeah. But that's the other thing to remember. Obviously, designers are working on their designs years before we actually get to see them. But we do have, very, very quickly, we haven't got time to go through it, but what we do have, Kat has put together this complimentary bundle of plains. So this is the sort of Rose and Hubble quality plains. So whether you're buying the collection or not, this is really great. So you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 half-metre pieces for £30.99. So these will go beautifully. You can mix and match. It mix and matches with these things. Even if you're only getting one of the half meters, you might want to get this bundle to go with it. You can see how quickly and easily they mix and match. They look beautiful together. So do consider that. That is on the website. We've also got a couple of books to help you be inspired. And we've also got a lovely big box of threads. So do have a look on the website. You can order those even though we haven't got round to showing them to you. If you do have the mega bundle in your basket, please be careful. We are very low on stock. And you do get your metre for free, remember, so you're paying for 18 pieces and you're getting 20, which is really good, at this price that we can't hold forever. Aren't they beautiful? Oh, which one, which one? Now, if you're having trouble watching us on Freeview this morning, you do need to retune your television. You can, of course, watch us on Facebook or on the website, www.SewingStreet.com, or on YouTube or on the app. But otherwise, try retuning your telly. I wouldn't know how to do that, to be honest. Yes, it isn't just you. Apparently, a few people are having problems, so maybe, I don't know how these things work. Maybe they've figured it. I have no idea. But yes, so it's nothing to do with us. It's something you need to do. So yeah, after the break, anyway, we have the Orla trapeze dress with Fiona Hesford. So we will see you in just a couple of minutes.
We love designer fabric here at Sewing Street. From the vibrant colours of Kay Fassett and Tula Pink to the classic designs of Liberty and William Morris and contemporary fabric by Tim Holtz. We're also proud to have wonderful guest designers in the Sewing Street family who share their patterns and designs with us. So we're celebrating our love of designers with Designer Week from Monday the 21st to Sunday the 27th of June. Join us for plenty of new designer fabrics from Kay Fassett, Tula Pink, Liberty, Anna Maria Horner, Riley Blake and much more. As well as projects and inspiration live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. on Freeview Channel 72, Sky 670, YouTube and Facebook Live. Check out the programme guide on our website for details on what's on each day.
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 72 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in on our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So you never have to spend a minute without us.
Hello, my name's Fiona Hesford and I'm founder of Sew Girl. I'm based down in Worthing on the south coast of England, and I've got a range of sewing patterns which I've developed over the last few years, which are projects for loose-fitting clothing, everyday, simple garments, things that I really love to wear myself. And I'm going to be bringing you them to Sewing Street over the next few months. So I look forward to seeing you then. Bye.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task, and sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Well, our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. They're full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and as enjoyable as possible. And not only will they take your order, they will also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out. Hi, welcome back. Now this time I'm joined by Fiona, who is Sew Girl. And so she's going to show us this beautiful pattern behind me, which we've got different versions of. But, oh, that's a Dungarees, that's later. And then we've got this one here. She's wearing one. We've got three other versions. So she's going to show us all about this pattern. And there she's doing a little bit of modelling. I love the fact there's pockets. Yeah. You've got to have a pocket. And it's a very, very easy wear dress, isn't it? Easy wear, comfortable, all seasons. Yes, because you could put a cardigan on, or you could even put a long sleeve t-shirt underneath if you wanted, couldn't you?
It's got the long sleeves and the short sleeves.
Yes. Oh, has it? Yes, it's got a long sleeve version.
Yeah, it's long sleeve, short sleeve.
So we're going to show you all those in a minute. So what we have got here is we have got this pattern. Now the pattern is beautiful. It's beautifully presented in its little bag here. This comes in sizes 8 to 22. I was going to say 8 to 18. 8 to 22. In measurements, I'm going to give you that in measurements because sizing means very little. You do need to check by your measurements. So 8 is 32-inch bust. 22 is a 46-inch bust, which is the most important measurement on this dress because it's a trapeze style. So what you have on the back of the information, so do always check these sort of info. You've got the size information. You've also got the finished garment information because this is a very loose fit garment. So the bust, size 8, you need to eat more pies. No, if you're size 8, your bust is 32 and your finished bust finished garment measurement is 40 1/4. So you can see there's 8 inches of ease there. So you can see this is a lovely easy wear dress. Tells you what fabric you need as well, whether you've got a pattern direction or not. And then when you get inside, the tissue it's paper, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's paper pieces.
Paper, that's right.
So
yeah.
it's nice and robust paper pieces. So cut it out with your paper scissors, and you then have the instructions. And rather than a big sheet, it's a nice little booklet, very easy to keep. So if you look at the instructions, you've got the layouts, how to lay out the pattern, all lots of tips on getting started and glossary, and then clear step-by-step guidance on sewing it. One of the features of Sew Girl patterns is that they are simple and they have no fastening, no zips and things, although you can put a zip in if you want,
Yes,
can't
you can pop a zip in, no problem.
So that's if you want, but you don't have to if you're new to this and you're not sure about it. Showing you how to put the front placket in. This is on one of the views, so a view being one of the alternative looks of it. If we see the alternative looks, you've got the one that's behind me. So this has the bias binding round the neck. The green one, which is behind Fiona, doesn't, and indeed the one she's wearing doesn't. So that's a choice. You have choices with this. You can have the longer sleeves, the shorter sleeves.
And the longer length and the
And the
shorter
longer length and the shorter length.
So it's like a knee length and calf length.
Knee and calf. So it's really lovely. It's suitable for adventurous beginners. So you can have a go if you're new to sewing. Brand new today this is. We know that Sew Girl patterns are really popular, especially when Fiona's here. She will. Makes sense, doesn't it? She's designed them, she wears them, she makes them. Now, we have put some bundles together for you. Let's start with the denim. Now, these bundles are 3-metre bundles, which means that it'll also work with the dungarees later. So we've got 2 denims. We've got a dark. So this is the dark denim. So it's a 3-metre bundle, and it's sort of a medium weight. So it's a nice denim weight. But if you do want this for the dungarees, you might be wise to get it now because they will be limited. So it's the same fabric. So it's a 3-metre bundle, which we're selling for £28.99 for the 3 metres. So it's less than £10 a metre. And it's also a nice width. That's the width of it. I'm trying to watch my mic, but it's difficult because it's heavy. And then we have the lighter. So that's lighter colour. This is medium blue. This is a nice, this is sort of, I like this denim colour.
I'm demoing in that one as
well.
well.
Oh, you're demoing this one, are you? Brilliant. So this is the lighter blue, so it's a medium denim. And again, 3-metre bundle for £28.99. It's suitable for the dress or the dungarees, which are coming later. We also have, this is the enzyme washed linen. So again, a 3-metre bundle. This is in chartreuse. We do have more colours for this, which we'll show in the later show, but they are already on the website if you wanted to look. So this is £34.99 for this linen, this enzyme washed chartreuse is the colour for this one. So again, this is perfect for the summer or autumn, and indeed it's very similar to the one that Fiona has got behind her in that colourway.
It's a lovely colour, that one, isn't it?
It is. It's a beautiful colour, isn't it? It's sort of, yes, it's sort of
Mediterranean.
It is, has that look to it, like olive.
Italian.
It's like an olive green, isn't it?
Yes.
There's Fiona modelling that dress.
Yes.
Just love the pockets, there they are.
Yes. It's a swish dress, swishy.
It is swishy, isn't it?
It's all in the shape, really, isn't it?
And on that one, you've used opening with a little button, and we've got some nice wooden buttons.
Yeah, so it's all about the button on the back, isn't it?
Let's just get a little feature on it. Then we've got these, look at these pattern fabrics. So this is the first one. Obviously, it's my favourite because it's bright colours. Look at this. This is just £19.99 for 3 metres. Wow. Look at that. It's a cotton poplin. Cotton poplin. So it's quite light, very summery. Really good if you're a beginner to sew with this. It's nice and easy to sew. It's a nice stable fabric. But look at that colour. Look how that's going to swish, look.
Lovely.
Isn't that gorgeous?
Is that one? Is that the narrower width? That one? I think it is, isn't it?
We think this one's 44 wide. So,
well, I was just going to mention about the cutting for the larger sizes. So it's okay up to size 20, but then 20 and 22, you might need to just add an extension onto your fabric to cut the width, because obviously, you know, the narrow width, because it's trapeze shape, there's not quite enough at the bottom, but it's very easy to just add a square.
Add a little square. So when the pattern comes out and hangs over the edge of the fabric, just add a square to where it comes out. You will have a bit of a seam, but it won't show. It certainly won't show if you're using a patterned fabric.
No.
It's what I've done as well on an A-line dress. I've had to do that.
But that's why it says on the pattern, non-applicable for those sizes, because strictly speaking, you can't fit the pattern on for the larger sizes. But you can if you put your little extension on, but I didn't. I put that on the blog, but I didn't put it in the pattern.
This is our other floral. Look at this one.
I love that one.
Well, yes, we're trying to work out whether these are little strawberries or little buds. I think they're strawberries because they look like they've got a top to them. Yes, they are strawberries, because when I put my head in the way, and you can't see anything because I've got my head there, I can see, because I look closer, I can see they've got the little black sort of spots that you get on strawberries. They are strawberries. It's got a Liberty-esque feel about this one. Again, cotton poplin, $19.99 for this lovely piece. Won't that look lovely? Next we have, now this is a lovely one, it's a soft grey for those that aren't into huge colours. This is a crisper cotton, $19.99 for 3 metres. Remember, this is 3 metres at $19.99. It's Rose and Hubble. It could be smart. Yes, this is a crisper fabric. It's got a crisper feel to it. So it's this sort of soft feathers. This would be good in the dungarees too, I think. Being like sort of summery weight. Oh, look at all these stickers that have come. I didn't do this, Elliot. They fell off. The final fabric is denim-like. This is this. I love this one too, isn't it? This is a really beautiful
it looks like
print.
It could hang quite nicely, that one.
I think it would. It's quite a lightweight. Little white trainers. All the shoes I'm wearing today would be perfect. I'd lift my leg up to show you, but I might fall over. So just $19.99 for this. This is really brilliant price for 3 metres. And again, this would work for the dungarees as well. All of these would work well for either of the garments. So that is our fabrics that we've got for the garments, and have got the pattern. We do have the buttons that I mentioned, and this is what's on the back of that green dress that's behind Fiona. She's got the buttons on that one. These are the start ones. So we've got these ones here. 2 little buttons, $1.99. So pop them in the basket. Just make a little feature of it. You could even put them on the front, actually, couldn't you? Well, you have on your blue one.
Yes,
you put 3 buttons down the front there.
You put some buttons on the front placket.
Yes,
so
just to add some detail. And if the denim, self-cover buttons as well with a print, with a pretty print.
That would be lovely. Yes, with the same fabric as the binding.
Yes.
In a printed binding.
That would look lovely, wouldn't it?
That's the next one.
So this is the next set of buttons here. These are sort of darker wood. 25 millimetres, so they're inch wide buttons, so they will fit in the back of your buttonhole foot if you wanted to create them. But these are really for show. And you've used a loop, haven't you, to fasten at the back there. So $1.99 for a pack of 2. The final pack is this one. They look like they're printed, aren't they sweet? So again, $2.49 for this pack, brown and white, and again 25 millimetres or 1 inch. Now, Fiona is going to be demonstrating on the bias binding, so we do have a bias binding maker. And you're going to demonstrate how to use a bias binding maker, aren't you?
Just quickly going to show you.
Yeah, just to show you, just in case you're not sure how to use a bias binding maker.
That,
they are fabulous, and it does mean when you use a bias binding maker, you can make binding out of any fabric that you like. So you can choose a really bold print, you can choose a complementary colour, to make a feature of the binding. Or you can buy ready-made. So this is the green. Let me just get it out of the bag. Doesn't look very nice in the bag, does it? So again, this is 2.5 metres of 1 inch wide, so 2.5 centimetres or 25 millimetres, and 2.5 metres of it. So that's be plenty for any garment. So that's one already made. That's the green. We have blue. So this goes with any of the sort of denims. It would look nice on the strawberry print. Yes, it would. It would look beautiful on that strawberry print. If I bring that strawberry print back in, look at that. That would look beautiful together, wouldn't it? So that's a nice one. Or, of course, you could go green if you want to, you know, make it striking. The green would be nice with the or the cream. So that's our last one of our pre-packed bias bindings that you can buy is the cream. So again, just you can have it blending, you can have it standing out. It's up to you what you do. And this is the pre-made bias binding, inch wide, 2.5 metres, so 2.5 centimetres wide. Very quickly, before we start the demo, this one's sold out, so I'll put that to one side. So if you've got any in your basket and you haven't already checked out, you've now lost that one. But do have a look at the other bundles before they go. And now we'll go over to Fiona, who's going to do a demo.
Hello.
I don't know if you can hear that at home. We've got thunder rumbling above us.
I thought it was my tummy, actually, because that's been rumbling this morning. Not quite as loudly as that. Is that thunder? No, maybe not.
No, it's the people upstairs.
Hello, everybody. So this started off, this dress, as a dress with binding because I have just a big collection of vintage aprons out there from the 50s and 60s. And I don't know if you know, well, you probably do. You know, they've always got that lovely little bit of binding that picks up on one of the prints. And I fell in love with that whole idea. So I started off doing this dress with that idea of having the binding around the placket, around the neckline, and even around the edge as well. So you can go mad with binding on this one if you love that sort of thing. But then I thought, well, maybe some people might not like binding, and so they might just want to put a simple facing on. And so then I thought, well, I'll do two options, one with and one without. And then the one that's without the binding with this, just a simple facing, is probably much easier to make. You know, I would say the one with the binding is a little bit more fiddly. If you've had some experience with binding before, I would say that you'd be fine. But you know, it's it's nothing too tricky. And then this one I've brought in to show you that you can actually, if you want to, just make it sleeveless. It's not written into the pattern, but you can just leave it off and leave the sleeves off and just edge the edge of the sleeve.
That looks so retro. It really does,
it really is, isn't it? Because this is named after Orla, one of my heroes. I don't know if anyone saw that lovely exhibition in London at the Fashion Textile Museum with Orla. I was just in heaven. All sort of very stylised flower prints, and that's really what inspired this pattern, that sort of look, that retro look. So now this one, I just have to point out that the binding that I've used on this is actually the reverse of the fabric. So it's actually, the binding is done in the same as the main fabric, it's just then used on the reverse side. So if you don't want to go rushing out and you've got denim and you don't want rushing out and buying, sort of binding specially, then you can use that. And also, you know, if you just use self-cover, the same fabric as the main fabric, then you'll just have that edging, but you won't actually have a defined edge, obviously.
I have just got to comment on your dress that you're wearing, which is the same dress. And I know I shouldn't comment on it because it was a curtain, you said.
It's a 1970s curtain.
It's beautiful.
And it was given to me by a lovely friend. And then after she wanted it back, and I said, too late, it's a dress.
It's not a dress.
Don't blame her for wanting it back.
I just love the fact you've got this dress, which is a really simple design.
Yes.
In plain, in print.
Yes.
And it works so well in everything, doesn't it?
Yes, because I mean, in plain, you can get that sort of real toast look. You know, I don't know if you know that label, but it's sort of very understated. You know, wear it with sort of nice sandals and, you know, it's a hot summer's day, But equally, if you really love bold print like me, then you just, this, because it's a lovely A-line shape, you can really get bold prints going on there. And every time I wear one of these dresses, someone comes up to me and says, "Oh, where did you get that dress?" So,
now, I have had a question here from Julie. Would you recommend washing the denim before sewing?
Definitely. It says it's washed denim, but actually when you work with it, you do see a little bit of residue coming off, like all denims. It's taken, just because it's washed, so it's taken away the main part of any residue, but I would definitely give it a wash before you work with it.
That is the recommendation for any fabric, to be honest, particularly when you're dressmaking.
Yes, because you don't want any nasty surprises if it does shrink a bit, or if but don't wash your fabrics on high temperatures.
Oh no,
because they last so much longer if you wash them at 30 anyway. So now, is there anything else? Oh yes, so you've got the two different lengths of sleeve. So I mean, normally with patterns I kind of try and be really simple, but with this one I've sort of thrown a lot more into it because I thought there's a lot more options. So some of the instructions will go from version A, which is the placket, to version B, but then you just skip that bit and go on to the next bit. So, it's fairly straightforward really in its explanations. So now, if you are working with binding, obviously you can buy binding, which is really easy, not expensive, and we've got some lovely colours. And the idea is to pick up on one of the colours of the print or to contrast. And I'm going to use a bright red here with the denim because I love blue and red together. I always think that looks really nice. But I'm just going to show you, because these binding tape makers are really fantastic. When I first discovered these, I really thought I'd died and gone to heaven, really, because they are just so lovely. The other thing I use sometimes is a bit of spray starch, and I'll spray my, obviously you've got to cut your tape on the bias cut. Now that can sometimes take a lot of fabric, but there is a tutorial somewhere online, I think maybe I've got one on mine, where you can, out of 1/2 metre, you can get quite a lot of bias binding. So as long as you're joining the strips together, you'll be fine.
Get an awful lot
but
from
the beauty of this is that none of the strips are that long, so you probably won't need to. You'll just need a strip each for, like one each for the neck and the two sleeves. So, and the placket. Anyway, so what you do is you've cut your strips on the bias, and then you have a pin handy. Spray your bias tape with a bit of starch, and then just poke it into the end like so, and then just with a pin through the hole, just push it through so you can see it poking out the other end. Now, with the dimensions for cutting the width of the bias tape, I generally go for about twice the width of the bias tape. So if you've got a 25mm bias tape binder, then you'll need about a 48 to 50mm width fabric. But obviously you can have it slightly less if you want to. That just makes less of a fold. Now, if you put your iron on one side and then hold the bias tape with the other, and as you pull, you can just iron it so that it folds like that. And this is a really good thing as well if you're making, what is it? Bunting.
Yes.
We're in bunting season, aren't we? So, so there you go. You can sort of, as you go along, you just make sure it's straight, pull and press at the same time, and it will just iron it over like that. And what that does now, because it's on the bias, you will be able to shape it around curves. So don't be thinking, oh, I can just cut it on the straight.
No.
Because if you do make bias tape out of straight pieces, you'll get a lot of puckering going on. So you want to, because it's got on the bias, it will go round nice curves nicely. Right, so that's my little tutorial over and done with.
Can I just say a message to you, because this is from top fan Claire, who makes things, Roberts.
Oh, Claire!
She says, can you let Fiona know that I recently posted a photo of me wearing one of her patterns in her fabric, and it was top post on #London Fashion Week. Isn't that amazing? Isn't that amazing? Well done.
She's so lovely, Claire. Claire Roberts. She does some great tutorials, videos. We're mutual fans. We are. Yes. She's such a lovely lady, and she's so beautiful as well.
Is she?
Yes,
oh,
talented.
Talented and beautiful. Yes. It's not right, is it?
It's not right. No. And
Just have one or the other.
And young.
Oh, and young as well. Oh, really?
Anyway, back to my dress before we get sidetracked. Now, this dress has got a tiny slither of a dart in an interesting place. It's not actually on the bust line, it's actually on the armhole, arm sleeve here. So what this does is it just makes that less baggy here. It just makes it a little bit nicer fitting. Now you can see on the pattern here. Now the best thing to do with this paper pattern is to slice your dart on one side and fold it over, place it on the back of the fabric, and then, if I just move it into the camera a bit more, and then just mark the back of the fabric with a line so that shows the dart, and then turn the pattern over and just do the same on the other side. Now you could do tailor's tacks if you like, but you know, to be honest, it's such a small one that it's better to just mark it, I think. And then if you put a pin through one side, just pin it together very gently, and then put a pin through and it should meet the line on the other side. There we go. And then match it at the raw edges, and then just put a small pin at the very end so you can see where you're going, like that. Now we're going to put it on the machine. Move my bits out the way, put my glasses on.
I know, I've got 2 pairs here too.
And distance sewing here, and also standing up, so it's not ideal, but anyway. And so do a little back stitch on the raw edge side of the dart, and then sew down and sew off at the tip. And then when you pull it, you can just leave a long end, and this is all explained in the pattern. And you've got some threads that you've left hanging long, and then just under, sometimes they get a bit twisted, and then just tie them together like so. Am I on camera there?
Yep, perfect.
I'm all right. I'm always off camera, so I'm sort of trying to improve my camera technique. Here we are. I'm a little bit fingers and thumbs today. And then now you can just slice those off. I mean, obviously you can thread up a needle and sew them into the leg of the dart if you want to, but you know, life's too short sometimes, isn't it, to do that? And I always recommend these when you're dressmaking, particularly when it comes to darts, because you can, you know, you're going to press the dart downwards, but it just means that you can get that nice shape going on, because you've got a light, it's very, very subtly 3D here. So you just want to iron that dart out so it's nice and flat. You don't want any puckers. So
that's a ham, and we do sell them on the website.
That's a tailor's ham, that's right. So there you can see that it's sort of already kind of looking a little bit like a dress. Now, what we're going to do now, I don't know if you see, so for the one with the facing, you've got a 1.5 centimetre seam allowance around the neck. Now for the binding, you want to remove that. So if you just get yourself a measure, tape measure or a ruler or something like that, and just do little marks, you know, just a few marks all the way round. And then once you've done that, you can just join them with dots like that, just to give yourself a little bit more of an idea. And then just get some scissors. You could just, if you pin it together, halve it, fold it in half. You can do the two together then, save a bit of time, doesn't it? And then you can make sure that it's even both sides. Because when you put the binding on, it doesn't have a seam allowance, because what you're doing is wrapping the binding around the edge of the fabric. So you need to remove that, otherwise your neck's going to be too high.
It's going to be too high. Now we've been asked, it's not going to be easy for you to see the full dress, I'm afraid, because of the desk in front. But what I can do is I can hold up this version. So this is the same dress again. Well, one of the ladies wanted to see your dress in full length, but it's hard to sort of...
This is a shorter one, so it's almost like a tunic, actually.
It's more like a tunic, whereas this is the full length version in a print. So it's lovely, isn't it? So it does work in anything, doesn't it? Print or plain?
Yeah, it's very simple. It's just all in the A-line shape, really. So apart from that, it's, you know, with the pockets, It's you know, there's not too much to it really. It's nothing complicated. Now what I'm doing now is I'm just stay stitching around the neck edge, because I just want that neck edge to be quite stable when I'm attaching my binding.
It's
and
proven
you're
very
doing
popular, you know. It's about a third of the stock's already gone.
Oh, wow. There you are. Now, let's go over to the placket, shall we? It's placket time. So now on the patterns, there are 3 sizes. I thought I'm not going to do a placket size for every single size because I think there'll be so many lines. So I've done one for each 2 sizes. So this one is the 16 to 18, I think, or the one in the middle, the medium size one. And now I've made it a little bit longer. So if you wanted to, you can, you can sort of make it as long or short as you like. I think I have included the 1.5 centimetre seam allowance on that. So if you want to just make it a little bit shorter, feel free, or use one of the smaller sizes if you want a smaller placket. Now you can see that this piece I've actually interfaced on the back. Now it's very important to interface it because it gives you the stability for putting on the binding. Now if you haven't got that, it will obviously be a little bit more, have a bit more movement to it, and you just want to be a bit more manageable. Now we're going to take our binding. Now you can just extend it up to the top edge if you like. You don't have to have it flush to the top edge, because you can trim it down a little bit afterwards. And now you can, in the pattern I say to pin it all around, but what I'm going to do is just open one side and I'm going to just sort of stretch it round and sew it as I go, because I think that's just as easy. What you want to do first of all is to just tease it on the curves. Can you see? So I'm just literally, now if your bias tape doesn't move as well as it should, you can always nick the little outside edges where it's going, where the curve is going to be, and that will just give you a little bit more give on the curves. So there, I'm just nicking within. Now we're going to sew a 1 centimetre seam allowance on this placket. The pattern is a 1.5 centimetre, but on the placket we don't have that, we just have the 1 centimetre.
And it says that in the instructions?
It does, yes. Now we're going to pop it on, and I'm doing a 1 centimetre seam allowance. Let's just pop that out the way. Is it all right if I just bring that a little bit nearer, or am I going to?
Yeah, make it comfortable.
Yes.
Well, as comfortable as you can, bearing in mind you're standing up.
And I'll explain to you the basic facing a bit later. Right, so we're going to, now for people that have done quilting, they will be very used to using binding, won't they? So, it's exactly the same method as putting it on the edge of a quilt. So now, when you get to the curve bit, you probably want to slow it down. So I go down to your tortoise, maybe a little bit faster, and then stop every so often and just curve it round. And then just make sure, if you've got 1 centimetre or the side of your foot, you can literally bank it up to the edge of the fabric, and that's pretty much a centimetre.
It's lovely when you've got a machine that stops with the needle down, because that makes pivoting and turning so much easier.
Absolutely, yes. Yes, because you don't want to turn the foot and then lose your place, do you? Because you'll get an uneven line of stitching. I might just speed it up a little bit, otherwise we'll be here all day, won't we? Right, so this is probably the most tricky bit. So, you can see that I'm just kind of going slowly. And then,
if you have got this in your basket, do be careful, because it's brand new today and stocks are selling fast. So do check on out. Same with the fabric bundles as well. And these fabric bundles work for the dungarees later, so when they're gone, they're gone. So you can consider those as well.
Right, so when you've gone around the two curves, you can then speed up and just go on the straight run here. There we are. So what you want is it to be even all the way round. Now, you don't need to cut, normally with sewing you nick your curves, don't you? But with this you don't need to do that because you want your curves to be straight. You don't want anything to... Now this is a good idea to be rough with this. You know, you can sort of pull it away from the placket and just give it a press, like so. And you think, well, it looks a bit puckered here, but don't fret, because actually once you ease it round, like so, and press it, it miraculously goes lovely and straight. And it's quite satisfying actually when you sort of get it all nice and flat. You know, you really are coaxing it to do what you want it to do.
And a steam line will help as well, won't it?
Definitely. And then go on the back as well if you want to.
And this is why, as you were saying earlier, you need to cut the fabric on the bias so it goes around that curve.
That's right. There we are. And you can just sort of like, you know, tease it around. So, you know, I probably could have done...
It looks beautiful.
There. And I'm doing that on the telly, so... Telly sewing does not mean perfection sewing, that's for sure. So then, and you can see that I've still got my excess bits at the top, and I can just trim that down, like so. And then over to your front. Oh! Does that look lovely on the blue? I think that just looks so nice. Now you see here, I might think, do you know what, I could go up a little bit. You know, it's not an exact science, this placket, it's more of a guide. So you do what you feel is right for you. But the one thing you want to do is to make sure that the centre point, and I should have nicked my pattern here, just a tiny little nick within the seam allowance. And match it up to the centre point. You can usually see there's a sort of a crease from where you've cut it on the fold, and just line it up to the centre and then pin that in place. Now in the pattern I say to hand tack it on. And I think it's worth just spending a little time hand tacking it because it just makes the sewing bit a little bit easier. But I'm just going to pin and sew today.
I must admit, I hand tack minimum hand tacking.
I love hand tacking.
Oh no! If I can pin based, which is doing it by pins, I'll do that.
Really?
Mm.
No, it just, to me, I can sort of breathe more easily when I've got some tacking in, because I just think it's not going to move around. But I expect you probably use a lot more pins than I do.
Well, that's what I mean. You sort of pin based is doing the same thing, really. You're just pinning it in place. So, I mean, like you are now. So yes. It's nice and secure.
So by putting the pins on the side as well, it means that I can sew sort of over them, really.
Oh, I never do that.
Right, so once you've done that, we're going to pop it back on the machine. Now, I like to sew it on the outer edge. I have noticed, I have written that into the pattern, that you sew around the outer edge. Now, you could actually sew stitch in the ditch if you wanted to, but that just means that little binding bit is going to be like a little flap. So, or you could stitch it twice, but I'm just going to sew it once around the outer edge. So you want to be quite precise with this. and you want to just sew a few millimetres in from the outer edge. And it might be a good idea to lengthen your stitch a little bit as well, because you're top stitching here, and top stitching is always a good idea to lengthen your stitch. Now, if you feel like you don't want your stitching to show, I've got my blue stitching showing. If you change your colour thread to match your binding, you're going to get away with a lot more wiggly lines and not going to be quite so obvious. So just bear that in mind. And again, go sort of quite slowly when you get to the curved bits. It's always a good idea to, it might be a little bit slower, but it's a lot quicker than unpicking it.
Yes, definitely. Well, this is one of the views, isn't it? You don't have to have this placket.
You don't have to have
If you're an
this
absolute
placket.
newbie and you're sort of a bit worried about this being fiddly or your top stitching not being perfect, you don't have to add this piece to it at all.
No. What you could do is try a version with the simple facing, neck facing, and then once you've got a little bit more used to the pattern, you could try one in this, couldn't you? Right, there we go. I don't think I've done a bad job there. I'm quite
Looks
proud of
great
that
to me.
piece. Yes.
Now you on the instructions, you have put you've done the centre back seam on the back piece. I'm just sort of going through. Then you've put your pockets on. Then you've done your placket. So we've skipped ahead, haven't we?
Yes, we're just doing it on the front because it is a bit easier to manage.
Yes.
Yes, so the back is first. You sew the back first. Yes. So I've skipped over. And then you see, I mean, obviously you can do this at the end, but I'm just going to sort of do a little bit of ogling. How it's sort of nice when you've got your little buttons on there.
And then gorgeous?
Eventually I'll put my binding around the edge as well.
In exactly the same way you just did.
Looks nice, isn't
that pretty?
It? So now the next stage on the front is to put your pockets on. And you should have a notch on the side edge here that you've transferred from the pattern for your pocket position. And here's your pocket.
Here's one I made earlier.
Here we go. And what you want to do is to put the right sides together. So obviously you've got to find the right pocket there we are, that's the one that matches it. So just match it up to the top notch. Now the second notch down represents the bit that you stop sewing when you go back and stitch a little bit further up so that it closes the hole a bit more. So, so just match it up to the top notch and then pin it at the side. And then we're going to, I think I know what that is now.
It's a good idea to label the pieces though, isn't it?
I think so.
The other thing I do is I keep the pattern piece folded with the fabric piece until I use it, just in case I forgot
yes,
to
in case you need to transfer things and you've
Yeah.
forgotten to. Yeah, definitely. I like to peg my patterns up on a, sort of on a picture or on a hanger or something, and just have them there until the very end, just in case.
There's nothing worse than having to root through the envelope again trying to find the bit
Yes,
that you
that's
need.
right. You never find the one you want, do you? Now what I'm going to do is to sew down the straight edge. So we're just literally going all the way down here, and it's just sewing the side edge of the pocket to the dress. So let's lift my needle up and in I go. So and this is a 1.5 centimetre seam allowance here. I was a bit worried about doing that binding on the show. I thought, well, You know, when you sort of do something quite a few times and then when the pressure's on, you sort of make a complete, but I'm quite pleased with how it went.
It went beautifully. It is more difficult. You're under lights, you're under pressure for time, which reminds me, we've only got about 10 minutes left. And so you're under pressure on time and you've got a funny angle and you're standing up. And
I know.
Yeah. Oh,
Right.
I've got some messages while you're talking, while you're sewing.
Oh, right.
So Melanie Hibbert has said, "Hi Fiona, great demo. Can you shorten the dress to a tunic length?"
Well, look at the pattern. The pattern measurements should be on the website, or because the short length is just above the knee or just on the knee. So definitely you can shorten that if you want, or you can shorten the longer length. Yes, I think the pattern actually has got length lines.
It
on
does.
it as well.
And also in the instructions, on the back of the envelope, it tells you what length it is, if short or if long.
Yes. Yes.
So
if neither of those suit you, you can definitely lengthen the shorter or shorten the longer. It's probably best to shorten the longer length. I think there are some length lines actually drawn onto the pattern, so you can cut along those and separate it, put a piece of paper in between and then re-stick it so to whatever length you need. But yes, absolutely very easy to do that.
Margaret Lynch has said, "I absolutely love the dressmaking shows, brilliant pattern and demo and very reasonable fabric bundles." Thank you, I absolutely agree with you. I think the fabric bundles are amazing.
I think they're really good. Yes,
Very, very good.
Denim's such a good price, isn't it?
It is, but I love the prints, the floral prints.
And
I think these are
I'm making
beautiful.
this one for me because
Are
I'm
you?
going to wear this a lot, I think. I just think that's so great, isn't it? Now, if I had my overlocker here, or, you know, if you don't have an overlocker, you could just zigzag all the way down here, or overlock, before you press it open. And you can see that I'm pressing let's just turn it around. I'm always doing it the wrong way up. And then press your pocket away from the dress. I really love these little irons.
I know,
as well.
they're superb.
I think I must get one
Unfortunately,
of
they're
these.
out of stock at the moment.
Oh, really?
So handy.
Really are. Just, I mean, irons are quite heavy things, aren't they, normally? But this one, you know, so your wrist sort of like kind of
But it's also,
buckles under
because
the
it's
string.
small and that the pressing mat you've got underneath it,
Yeah.
you could have that right by the machine, can't you?
Absolutely, yes.
Keep jumping up and down to your ironing
Yes,
board.
I don't like ironing boards. They don't look very nice as well, do they? It's quite good to have it on a table. You've got more space to sort of spread things out, haven't you? Now, I've put it back on the machine because what I'm going to do is top stitch. So I've pressed the pocket away from the body and now I'm going to top stitch down the straight side.
That on the pocket?
On the pocket side. And that's just going to keep that pocket nice and flat so it doesn't sort of curl towards the body. I'll do the same on that one. And then for the back, you do the same as the front. You're obviously matching up the pockets in exactly the same position before you put the two together.
Margaret was commented just now. She said she lost us yesterday, but she's returned today and luckily now have it on channel 72 on Freeview. Before it was on 74, and I think some people it's the other way around. So you do need to retune your Freeview if you're having difficulties watching it on Freeview.
Right, so my dress has now got two ears. I always think it looks like that, two elephant ears. And we can go to the back now. So let's just get my back pieces, wherever they are. I was going to sew them up before the show started, but I didn't get round to it. So I'm going to sew down the centre back seam. So yes, this is the first thing you do in the pattern, but we're just doing it the wrong way round. So I wanted to get to the binding bit. I think I wanted to get that bit over done with so that I could relax.
But the pattern instructions are very clear. Obviously, we're not going to get to see the whole dress be put together, but if
No.
you look at the pattern instructions, they're ever so clear,
Yes.
very nice and easy to follow.
You've got illustrations in the booklet, but you've also got photo step-by-steps on the blog. And the blog is where I've photographed all the ones I've done in different fabrics, all the versions I've done, sort of hacks and things like that. And I pop them all on the blog with a few extra tips. So it's a good place to go if you want to, you know, get some inspiration, or
Yeah, so
maybe a
that's
little bit of...
www.sewgirlblog.com.
That's right, there it is. There's that funny
So you'll
woman
see
again.
Who's that woman?
Who's that funny woman? She pops up everywhere.
So can they contact you through that blog, or do they need to go through your website?
Sorry?
Can they contact you through the blog?
There's a message.
Blog.
There is a messaging thing on there. Yes.
Right, brilliant. So you can see it there in different fabrics, different patterns, and that's all the information that's on the back of the pattern envelope, which is really useful.
I think I've got a thing about 70s curtains, because this one as well is a 70s curtain.
Yes. I can see that as a curtain back in the 70s.
Yes.
But the one you're wearing, it's absolutely amazing.
Yes.
It's like got a really border print, isn't
The
it?
colours in it are amazing,
Yeah,
aren't they? The
it's
shocking
gorgeous.
pink and everything.
Funnily enough, they go very well with some of the prints we were looking at earlier from the Anna Maria Horner collection,
Yeah,
which
they
are
are
also
so
beautiful fabrics
lovely.
for this kind of dress.
They are lovely, aren't they?
Yes.
And there's something a little bit retro about those, isn't there?
There is, isn't there?
I wish I'd seen those, actually. I would have made a few samples up in some of those fabrics.
They're new to us, and I think they're new to the
Yes.
country. So
They look lovely, and the colours are so vibrant, aren't they?
Yeah.
And just beautiful. Now remember, if you're taking the 1.5 centimetre seam allowance off the front, then you've got to do the same with the back. So we're just going to trim that down. And there we go. Now you can see that with the back seam, you have a marker on the side of the pattern. I'm not going to get it out now, but it's basically about there. It's about 1 centimetre above this little bit that juts out, and that's where you stop sewing to leave that top bit open. So when you open it up like that, and then you can press your seam open, and you can see that I finished my raw edges first. It's always better to finish them before you sew it together, because it's a little bit tricky afterwards. And then you've got your open bit there. Now, I'm not going to bother pressing it all the way down, because I'm going to move on to the next bit, which is sewing the shoulder seams together. So there we go. You know, and once you've put the front to the back, you could always try it on and see whether or not you like it as a sleeveless version, can't you?
oh, that's an idea. Yes.
You know, you sort of like feel your way with it, instead of like saying, oh, it's going to be this. You could sort of think, well, let's have a look and see what it looks like. But I love it when people sort of do different things with my patterns, and they send me pictures. And I think,
Yes.
oh, I wouldn't have thought of that.
No,
you
that
know,
is
that's
nice,
really
isn't it?
nice. Yes. So here we go. We're going to sew across the shoulder seam.
It's got less than 5 minutes left.
Okay,
for the
now
demo.
it's important to make sure that you do the correct seam allowance, because remember that if you are putting your sleeve in, that your sleeve is going to fit within a set space. So if you've done a smaller or larger seam allowance, you know, you might find it a little bit trickier to fit in. But the sleeve goes in really nicely, so it doesn't you know, it doesn't need much wangling or anything, so it's quite an easy insertion.
I'm just thinking, because I like to be a bit difficult. Yeah, Kasia said, oh, dangerous. So I was thinking, those Anna Marie fabrics earlier, if you had 4 or 6 half-metre pieces of the different ones from the mega bundle, you could
Patch them together.
Yes.
I
you
was
could have
thinking exactly
two
the same
different
thing.
backs,
Yeah.
and then the front you could join two together, and then
Yeah.
so you've got like two different fronts, two different backs.
Do you know, I love that idea
Sleeves.
of like sort of sewing pieces together, even randomly, you know,
Yeah.
and then just sort of working with it as one piece. It's just fantastic.
I think it would look like, so if you've got the mega bundle or you haven't yet and you've still got some
Yeah.
left, consider that for the dress.
Do
A
you know,
simple dress
yeah.
like that,
Yeah.
this, really showcase those fabrics off.
That's right.
Sorry, just sitting here thinking. Thinking, why can I excuse
Great minds think
myself for
alike,
buying
though,
these
Wendy.
mega
Great minds
bundles?
think alike. I was right up your street there. Now, I'm not going to do it here, but I'm just going to show you that according to the pattern, you would top stitch the shoulder seams here and here. So it's just literally a line of stitching on the back of the seam, on the back side, and then you're just sewing a few millimetres away from the seam line. Right, now, where's my binding gone? Here it is. So I'm going to just quickly show you, probably won't get it on because I haven't got time, have I? But it just gives you the idea of the fact that we're just going to sew on the front side. We're going to pin the binding. Now again, you can just have a little bit more than you need there. And so stitch it. We're going to stitch it all the way round the edge. So open up one side first, cut a piece that's going to be maybe a little...
Can you move it slightly to the right
Ooh.
so it's not under the graphics? Lovely, thank you.
Yeah, so I'm just cutting a piece a little bit more than I need. And that green colour would lovely with this denim, wouldn't it? I know they say blue and green should never be seen, but actually in my books they look lovely together. You know, the green binding would
goodness,
look nice
yes.
with the denim, wouldn't it?
Well, it would. Any of those bindings would look nice with the denim.
Now again, I haven't done it, but what you can do is just tease your binding round so that it's going to fit the edge of the curve. So
Brilliant. As you do that, let's just recap. So like you did round the placket.
exactly,
Which,
yeah.
by the way, Elliot's just said that poppy fabric from Anna. We're so enamoured of that fabric from this morning. Anna Maria, the poppy fabric is the placket. It would look stunning. Anyway,
Yes. She was actually wearing a dress where it had one section in one of her
Yes.
fabrics. Was that her? on
yes,
that?
it was her. Yes, yes.
And I just thought, oh, that's a really good idea
Yeah.
for like just having a section of it in print.
Absolutely.
Really lovely.
But let's just recap the pattern. So I'm just losing my earpiece. I'm just going to go ahead and do it. So let me recap the pattern here. So what we have is the pattern here, $17.99. You get the pattern pack, and on the back of it, all the information you need, and the amount of fabric that you need to buy. The sizes, it's brand new to us today. Sizes 8 to 22, which in measurements is 32 to 46 inch bust, which is always worth knowing. So choose your size by your bust measurement. So don't worry about what size it is. It's in material, it's by your bust measurement. It also tells you the finished garment measurement, so you can see how much ease has been allowed. And this is supposed to be a very loose fitting, comfortable dress to wear. You have paper pieces, so you can reuse again and again and again, which is fabulous. You do cut them out with paper scissors. And of course also a very, very clear, easy to follow little booklet with everything you need to actually complete the dress. So you've got the sizes, how to cut out, so your fabric layouts here, and then step-by-step instruction on making it up. So whether you do it in a plain fabric or a patterned fabric, this is going to be a perfect design for you. Do let us know which you've chosen. We're just looking at some of the Anna Maria fabric there on the right-hand side. So you can see just some ideas. And of course, we've got the fabric bundles that are on the show here. So the fabric bundles that we've got, that we will show them again for the dungarees, but these two in particular, if you're thinking of patterned fabric, this is this lovely floral one. So this is just $19.99 for 3 meters. There's 3 meters here. It's a cotton poplin, so it's a lovely, it'll have a lovely flow to it. And then we also have this lovely sort of blues with strawberries. They definitely have strawberries. I'll put my head in to show you before when I put my glasses on. So this is really, really sweet as well. So again, $19.99 for 3 meters of fabric, all pre-cut, ready to go. Do have a look at the website for all of the other things that we have. We have got scissors, and we've got pins, and we've got those wooden buttons that we showed you earlier, and of course we've got the denim fabrics and linen fabric, which we will show again in the Dungaree hour. Thank you ever so much, Fiona.
Oh,
are you nearly there? Go on, quickly show that bit. I think we've got
there,
a
look,
minute.
you see, I've sewn it on, really easy to sew on actually. And there you see, I'm just going to fold that over, and then you can either hand stitch it on the back if you want to, or you can stitch in the ditch, which is a little bit more, you know, tricky, but it's better to hand stitch it, I think.
You know what I'll do, don't you?
I don't think you would tack it, would you?
No, I wouldn't. And I would stitch in the ditch.
Yes.
So stitching in the ditch, basically you're stitching in the previous seam. So
Or
the
if you've,
stitching
yes,
show.
but if you've got stitching showing on the binding, it's nice to have it showing on the edge of that as
You
well.
can use a decorative stitch. You can make a feature of it.
Yes, that's right. And also you're going to have the binding on the sleeve edge as well, so, you know, to match.
So it's really lovely. Thank you ever so much for that. And don't forget, you can actually see some actual sort of demos and things on www.sewgirlblog.com, where she also shows her hacks and things like that. We'll see Fiona back here in an hour. In a few minutes, I'm going to be joined by Kerrie from Living in Loveliness to do some lovely things. See you. We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task, and sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Well, our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. They're full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and as enjoyable as possible. And not only will they take your order, they will also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
We love designer fabric here at SewingStreet. From the vibrant colours of K Facet and Tula Pink to the classic designs of Liberty and William Morris and contemporary fabric by Tim Holtz. We're also proud to have wonderful guest designers in the SewingStreet family who share their patterns and designs with us. So we're celebrating our love of designers with Designer Week from Monday the 21st to Sunday the 27th of June. Join us for plenty of new designer fabrics from K Facet, Tula Pink, Liberty, Anna Maria Horner, Riley Blake and much more. As well as projects and inspiration live from 8 AM to 1 PM on Freeview Channel 72, Sky 670, YouTube and Facebook Live. Check out the programme guide on our website for details on what's on each day.
Hello, I'm Kerrie from Living in Loveliness and I'm delighted to be part of the SewingStreet team. I'm based in Wolverhampton and I absolutely love working with fabulous fabrics. In particular, I love working with fat quarters and showing you how to get the most from your scraps. I love bringing communities of sewists together and encouraging people to sew for greater causes. Most recently, we have been sewing for our NHS and key workers. I look forward to bringing you hints, tips and techniques. I'll see you soon.
Follow SewingStreet and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Hi, welcome back. Kerrie's just dropped a dress on the floor, but don't worry, it's fine. So what have we got here today? So we've got some Living in Loveliness goodies. What we have got is the zips. So we've got the zips back. Now, this is a bugbear of mine because last time we had them, I had just been to the shops and bought some zips at a far greater price than we're selling them here with Kerrie. So now I've got an order in with her already. So we've got the zips. We've also got the scrap bags back. Now these scrap bags are fabulous because they are just scraps. They're Riley Blake or Liberty, so really good scraps. What you get will not be exactly the same. It's done by weight, so you'll get a certain amount of weight in these beautiful scrap bags. We have also got the Beatrice boxy makeup bag. We've got 3 different kits for that, and we've got Hillary hexagon bowls, and we've got 3 kits of that. So we're going to start with our Liberty scraps. So these are the Liberty scraps here. So for just £8.99, what you will get is 50 grams of Liberty scraps. So what you get will not be exactly the same as this. It's just lots of lovely little pieces, all beautifully folded, all beautifully coordinated. So this is in this pack. So this is nice pieces. But this is, as I say, this is not exactly what you'll get. What you'll get is something similar. It'll be coordinated pieces. It might be 4, it might be 5, it might be 6. All beautifully packaged, and it's not scraps thrown in the bag. No, it's not. It's all beautifully coordinated and packaged. So this is what you're going to get, something like this. It's done by weight, so you'll get 50 grams of Liberty fabrics. Now these are actually fabrics that you have used for your projects, aren't they? So they are fabrics that she's always been used, so you'll recognise a lot of them. Beautiful fabrics there. So that's the Liberty pack. So as I say, it won't necessarily be this lot. They were so popular last time. Kerrie's, because it sounds like crazy, so this is just scraps, but actually they're beautifully cut, beautifully ironed, beautifully coordinated. So it's not scraps as in my scrap bag at home, which is like a bundle. This is beautifully coordinated and put together. So that's the Liberty bundle. Really popular last time, so we had to bring them back to you. We also have Riley Blake. We'll come back to this one as well in a minute, don't you worry, we'll come back to that. But Riley Blake as well. Now people can buy multiples, and you can, but do remember, just because you buy multiple, you won't necessarily get the same fabrics in each of the packs. It's all random. So this is our one here from the Riley Blake's collection. So this time we have 3, but longer pieces. Look at these beautiful fabrics that are in this one. They're all usable sizes, because a lot of Kerrie's projects only use a small amount of fabric. So we like to use up, we like the fact that this is a whole way of using up every piece of fabric. It might be for pockets, it might be for bindings, for sashings, for plackets. You can get them in your stash. There will be a use for it. You're getting 50 grams. So as I say, you're not necessarily getting 3 pieces, 4 pieces or 5 pieces. What you're getting is weight, so 50 grams. And this will be Riley Blake. So you can have a Riley Blake, or you can have a Liberty, or of course, you can have both. You'd have to, yeah, I know, it's so lovely, isn't it? So that's the Riley Blake. And let's just look at the Liberty again. At the moment the Liberty's in the lead. I'm just going to get it out again so I can fiddle with the fabrics.
What do you want to make with it?
Well, do you think? I think I would use this for detail. I would use it for things like piping, yes. Adding a little piping or borders to something. Look at this one. Look at these prints in here. So this time, this pack, I've got 4. All very, very beautiful. This is just a little square. That could be a centerpiece for something. It could be covered buttons. I like covered buttons, you might have realised, because I keep talking about them today. And then you can see, this is so Liberty, isn't it, these colours. Oh, scrappy patchwork, that's another thing. Crazy patch is one of my favourite patchwork techniques, because you can use all these little bits and pieces and it does create something really special. So Liberty is the most popular at the moment. Last time it sold out in minutes. So we've got more stock this time, but we don't know how long that will last. So really pretty bundle of fabric. So as I say, what you're getting is not necessarily this, but what you will be getting is 50 grams of Liberty fabrics. And they'll all be fabrics that Kerrie has used, things that she's used in the past. So you'll be able to see, but they're all beautifully packaged and cut. So you're not going to get just little tiny scraps and 2-inch squares and things. You are going to get decent pieces that you can really do something with. And do put on the fan page what you make out of them, because that would be so lovely to see. Look, and they do go well together actually. Riley Blake, Liberty, but don't they go well together? Beautiful fabrics, both brands of fabric are really lovely, aren't they? We don't do anything like this. This is our new, and it's Kerrie that brings them to us in her lovely fabrics. Now the zips. Okay, let's start with, look at these. Look at these. Now, the colours may vary, but what you will be getting, so let's start with the smaller one first. This is 8-inch. So you get 5 bright 8-inch zips. You might not get these specific colours, because as you will see as we look at the other packs, there are different colours of zips, but you will get 5 bright zips. And of course with these are really beautiful. You'll find a use for these all the time. These are 8-inch. So on the Beatrice boxy bag, you do need 3 sizes of zips, don't you? So it's a good idea actually to get a whole selection of these. And at £2.99, £2.99 for 5 zips. £2.99, not for 1 zip like I paid, for 5 zips. So £2.99 for 5 zips. I know my zip supply of the future. 5 bright colours. I won't go through the colours because, as I say, this might actually vary. We also have a pack of 9-inch. What sizes do we need for the boxy thing? Does it say?
8, 9 and 10.
8, 9 and 10. So for the Beatrice boxy, do they come in the Beatrice boxy
in the
kit though?
Yes.
All right, so you get those in the kit already. But we do sell the patterns separately. So again, £2.99 for 5 bright zips. So again, the actual colour combination may differ from the one I'm showing you here, but it is £2.99 for 5 9-inch zips. So in these lovely bright colours. So if you're going to use bright fabrics, or if you want the zip to be a feature and you want a lovely contrast colour, go for that. I mean, I would literally think about buying all of these. I really would. I want a zip. £2.99 for 5 zips. This is 10-inch. So these are 10-inch. And again, these are brights. Colours may vary. So you get 10-inch ones here. So now you're going more maybe to cushion covers and things like this. But of course, for the boxy makeup bag as well. It's really handy to have the right size. If you're not sure of what size you need, go a little bigger because you can always make it shorter. But that is a really nice size, a 10-inch, good for cushions and things like that. And then as well as the 10-inch, we have the 12-inch. Again, colours may vary. 12-inch, again, good for cushions. You can use this in dressmaking too. I mean, they often ask for an 18-inch, but sometimes I'll start my zip
I love
halfway
that
down.
you do that on the,
It's so
especially,
much easier to do
especially
it
for the
up.
shows.
It's easier to do it back up again. So 12-inch zips here, pack of 5, and these are £3.49 for all 5 zips. So these are the brights. We also have the same selection, but in pastels. We will do a demo soon, I promise. So on the pastels, again, we've got 8-inch. Now, this time, is it colours may vary, or
Yes,
this is it?
colours
So colours may vary again, but it will be pastel colours. So you 8-inch, 5 zips, £2.99 in the pastel shades. So it might be a combination of these, or it might be some of these. Okay, so that's your £2.99 for 5 zips, and these are regular zips. So you can put them centred, you can have them lapped. So it's a regular zip here. Next we have the 9-inch. So again, colours may vary, but it will be 9" of pastel colours, 5 of them. £2.99 for 5 zips. Whenever we've bought these, they're very... I'm not surprised though. I'll never get over that, you know.
No, you won't. You're definitely the perfect person to be showing the zips, aren't you?
The 10" zips. 10" zips here. So a set of 5 again. You've got 5 zips here and pastel shades. So these would go with sort of lovely light summery colours. But if you imagine if you're making something in white or cream, you could do an exposed teeth or a surface mounted zip.
Yeah.
So the zip becomes a feature of the garment. And also, of course, in other crafty projects as well, whether it's bags, cushions, boxy Beatrix bag. And then finally we have the 12". So again, select the colours may vary, but they will be pastel. 5 12" pastel, £3.49. 12 are always popular, and it's great because you can actually shorten them if you want to quite easily. So they're really lovely. Definitely worth getting. Personally, I think it's worth getting the set at that price. Now, for the first time ever, we do actually have black and white, and again, we've got these in different sizes, but you've got a pack of black or a pack of white. So this is black 8". So this is just see what you have, a set of 5 8" black zips. Colours won't vary because they'll be definitely black. So a single zip can cost that. So 5 you're getting for £2.99. So it's a really good price for 5. Always useful to have. Great for bag where you do like a zipped pocket in a handbag and things like that. These are really good. And of course for lots of clothes as well. Then we have the, oh yes, 10". We don't have a 9" for this one, but we have 8, 10 and 12. So this is the 10". So £3.49 for 5 10" zips. So again, good size zip to have, quite useful. Pack of 5 for £3.49. It is a really low price for these zips. And then we also have 12". So we have a pack of 12" zips here. Again, 5 for £3.99. So basically 79p a zip, which is a really good price. Do buy multiples if you want, yes, definitely, because you know this price is crazy. So this is the white 8". So you set of 5 again. Colours will not vary, they will be white. This is the first time we've done just white, but again, really useful to have, isn't it? Because so often you'll have a project, and I'll do things like I make a handbag and think, oh, do you know, I'd like a zip pocket on that. Yeah. Then you haven't got the zip to hand. So
it goes with everything.
It goes with everything, yes. I mean, to be honest with you, I kind of like want all of them. I do have a box of zips. Now these work out at 59p a zip. It's crazy, it really is. And these are nylon zips. Yeah. So they're lovely, very easy to use, great for dressmaking and craft projects. And then we have 10" in white. So yet again, colours will not vary. So I have to say that. £3.49 for 5 zips. £3.49 for 5 zips, what a price. And then finally we have the 12". So these 12" ones again, 5 for £3.49. Really, really good price for those zips. Now we also, of course, have some projects. We are going to do demos from these today. So we're going to start with Beatrice Boxy. Now we've got 3 different colourways of this kit. And as usual, look how beautifully packaged they are. So this one is, oh, I can't really read that. I think it says KDL. Yeah, the printing's fading. I'm going to have to be rough. Oh, this is the Riley Blake option. Oh, look at this.
I'm sewing with this one today.
This is the one you're doing your demo with?
Yeah.
So you get your zips. So we've got 3 zips here. You also, of course, get the instructions with the full-size pattern pieces, and you get the fabric, and you get 2.5 meters of fabric plus interfacing.
So the interfacing is 30 inches wide.
So that's 30 inches wide, and it's a fusible.
Yes.
So you get your fusible interfacing and these two fabrics. So this one is like a self-print. It's like a little white self-print. Is this the lining?
That's for the lining, yeah. A lovely floral, white on white.
And there's enough here to make
all
one
three
of the
all
three
yeah,
of them.
all three.
I've only got two. You're making the third one there.
We're making the third one.
So this is the one that Kerrie's making the third one of. Look at these. Ah, that's why you need 3 zips, because you can make all 3. All makes sense. And there's the lining inside. Isn't that lovely? It's not just makeup. You called it a makeup bag, but you could use it for all sorts of things.
Oh,
couldn't
absolutely.
You? So you could put your leads and things in if you're
Yes.
going travelling, all your leads and things. You can put your makeup, obviously. You could put your medicines. As I'm getting older, I nearly have more craft bits for your craft, yes. This would be lovely to take your threads and things like that to classes.
They're quite nice as well if you're making them for the black set that I'm making today. If you're making them for a set of, one each for children. My sister's got 6 girls, so the 6 will make one each for them. So with the 2 different kit options.
Yes.
Or obviously you've
So
got
does
the
it depend
coordinating
on
set.
how old they are as to which size they get? The youngest gets like mummy bear, daddy bear, and baby bear, isn't
That's
it?
a lovely idea, actually.
HCL. This is our second colourway. Oh, this is another Riley Blake. Oh, this is the black. Oh, look at that. Isn't that beautiful? So again, you've got the black for the outer, you've got the white lining. It's not lining fabric though.
No.
This is
nice,
really
nice
beautiful
heavyweight
fabric.
cotton fabric.
You know, if you've
there.
got a lining fabric at home, you could use your own lining fabric and use this for something else.
Yes.
It's lovely.
Vicky
Half a
always
metre.
says that about the lining for our project.
It's
She would keep the
beautiful.
lining for the stash and use something from her own stash.
Yes. And then again, you've got the 3 zips. Oh, yes, and if you love these Riley Blake fabrics, don't forget the scrap bags.
Yes.
They might
Well,
well
you could
turn up
use the
into
scrap bags on the handles, couldn't you? If you wanted
could,
to save a
actually.
little bit of fabric, perhaps get a smaller project out of it, you could use the scrap bags for the handles on here. Because it really is only a little scrap of fabric to make the handle.
And then, of course, the instructions, the full instructions and the full-size pattern pieces. So no increasing or anything or photocopying. Pattern pieces come separately, so you can just cut them out and go. That's enough to make all 3 of the box bags, all 3 sizes of the box bag. And then finally in this one, we have this one. This is the one that's in front of you, Kerrie. So it's another black. I think that's quite good because actually you can use this for all sorts of people, can't you?
Yes.
It's not just sort of pretty. Look at that.
Depends what you want to pop into them. The large one's great because you can really open that up and fill it.
Yes, I think that's the thing about the way they open. The fact that the zip goes sort of quite a long way round there, doesn't it? So you can really get in there.
Yeah. Fill it up with all your bits and bobs.
Yes, exactly. I must hide the fact you haven't closed that seam.
Oh, it's very naughty. Mine are on the black ones.
That's better. That's better. You'd never know. I do the same thing. If you make samples, you don't kind of need to because you're never going to use them, are you? So you forget.
I
to do
thought
that
I was
last
having
bit.
those when you were having the black
So
ones.
You've
thrown me now. You've caught me out now, Wendy. I feel like I've been told off.
No, not in the slightest. I would do the same thing, absolutely. So these are the lovely fabrics. So again, we have the lovely white to go with the black. This is the black, that's the same ones. And you get the lovely bright zips again. Of course, if you prefer to be more subtle and have black or white zips, you can go back to the zip packages and buy the zips. So that's that package. Do we want to go to the next one or are we going to do Hilary Hex? We do the pattern on its own, yes, of course. So that's the pattern on its own. So that is $6.99 for the pattern. I won't open that one up. I'll get it out of this one because it's the same pattern. But with the kits and the fabric, you get the pattern, or you can buy the pattern on its own, which is $6.99. And the pattern, you've got all of the instructions, very thorough instructions, all step by step, showing you how to put it all together. And also, of course, you get, and this is what I do like, because this doesn't always happen, but you get the pattern pieces that you need, even though they're simple shapes, still handy to have. Pattern pieces that you need, telling you how much you need to cut. So you don't have to photocopy these, you can just cut straight from these. They're all single-sided, aren't they?
Yeah.
So you've got the small, medium and large baskets, and it tells you everything that you need. Very popular on pre-order, not surprisingly. And then, of course, you get your lovely little welcome letter. Now, we also have Hillary Hexagon, also in 3 colourways. So let's start with the first one, which is AYL. Oh, this is Pink Liberty. So this is
this is the one I'm going to demo.
That's the one you've
today.
got there.
Yeah. Nice summery colours for
yes,
our
it is,
outdoor
it?
garden parties, when we've not got the rain, of course.
Look at these. So again, you've got 2 prints.
Yeah.
How much are in
2
each of
half
these?
metres.
2 half
They're
metres.
Liberty prints as well.
And these are Liberty. Aren't they gorgeous? Look at that. Sitting on the table with some buns in. And it also has the instructions. So it's two half metres and the instructions. And again, the pattern piece, nice and easy to follow and to use. So that is £21.99 for 2 half metres and the pattern instructions. And it makes all 3, doesn't it?
It makes all 3 sizes. In the pattern instructions as well, there's also a tiny little Dresden for the centre of your project as well. So if you want to pop a little Dresden, the scrap bags are perfect for this actually. Not, you know, you'll get those lovely little prints in there that you can make that gorgeous, teeny tiny little Dresden in there. I really like
Gives
that.
you a chance to have a go,
yes,
doesn't it? This is our next one. Look at these blues. Aren't they beautiful? So again, 2 half metres of the blues. And again, these are Liberty.
These are Liberty, yeah.
Liberty prints. So they're lovely quality, lovely fabric. And of course, the pattern instructions. And as I was going to say, as Hillary's just said, because I'm reading Hillary.
Hillary's probably watching.
As Kerrie's just said, you have got that little extra in there. You can, if you wish to, do a little bit of patchwork here with a Dresden plate design. Gives you a little chance of doing it. And that, again, you could you can use the fabrics, there's plenty, but you could use a scrap bag for that as well if you wanted to bring in something else. And then finally we have the black option. This is always popular. We've got a dark side.
Yes, we have. We all have. Depends what day of the week it is.
Look at this. Oh my goodness, look how lovely. So we've got a black there, and again it's got a tone in black so that you decide whether you want it inside or outside, don't you? Because it depends how full you're going to fill them with, really, doesn't it?
And the one that I'm going to demo with today is using Bosal foam, or you could use batting in here as well. And I've seen these made using the heavyweight interfacing, which will give it that structure that it needs as well.
So it depends how structured you want it, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
So again, obviously the instructions and the full-size pattern are in there as well. So that is our 3rd kit of that. So it's £21.99, and you also obviously get the instructions. And then we have the instructions on their own. Let me just get them out again. I'll get them out of this one so I'm not opening a new pack. So again, the instructions are as you would expect from Kerrie, very detailed, very clear. And this is the instructions for all 3 of the bags. This is for Hillary Hexagon bowls. Nice clear instructions. And I do like the fact that you have the full-size pattern pieces.
Some of the pattern pieces will come so they're cut on the fold, but you've got the correct size that you need to be working with for each of the sizes.
So it tells, so this says cut on the fold, makes it nice and easy. So these have been really popular on pre-order. We have had these before as well.
We're actually bringing these back today because these sold out previously, so this is the second time we're bringing these back.
This is the little Dresden plate template, if you want to do that. That's just like a little additional centrepiece, isn't it? It's really lovely.
Everything looks lovely when it's tidy, doesn't it? Takes a little bit more work with the tiny little pieces, but it does look cute.
Have you ever seen the miniature quilts at Festival of Quilts?
One of the ladies that came to my classes before. Obviously, we couldn't do the classes. And she'd sit and do them with little cocktail sticks and just absolutely incredibly tiny.
Incredible.
I don't think I'd have the patience. I like to see things grow quickly. I do like the tiny ones, but I don't think I'd be able to do that myself. It wouldn't be moving very fast, would it?
We do also have a pack of interfacing. So if you haven't got your own interfacing, then this is our heavyweight interfacing. It's 1 metre. Well, it's your heavyweight actually. It's from you, isn't it? Yeah. It's a metre in there. So if you do want to get it, it's $4.99 for a metre, and this is for these bowls. Or you can use the Bosal, which again we do sell on the website. Now we've had a lot to get through there, but we're going to let you start your demo now. So right now, go.
Away you go, Kerrie. Good morning, Wendy. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Nice. In fact, the first thing you said to me this morning was, "Yeah, you've got zips again."
Yes,
we have. So this is a lovely project. This is the second time that we're bringing this back. This is the Beatrice Boxy makeup bag. In your pattern, you've got the 3 different sizes. I'm making the largest of those sizes today. And it's a nice, easy project and really useful as well. So the first thing that we're going to do, just to create the handles, and of course, you can leave this off if you don't want to add the handles to your project, is just with it, and this is using the heavyweight interfacing. So with the fusible side of the interfacing facing towards you, we're then simply going to place that fabric on the top. And for each size of the Beatrice Boxy makeup bags, it's the same size handle. So you'll repeat this for each of the 3 different sizes. I just place a pressing cloth, or I'm going to just use the lining of the fabric just on the wrong side of the fabric there, just over the top, so it just creates a layer in between the iron and that fusible piece of fabric there. So just moving your iron around in a circular motion to make sure that that fabric is fused, and that'll give the bag some lovely stability. We'll repeat that for the 2 exterior panels of the bag as well. So again, repeating that step with the wrong side of the fabric, the fusible side of the interfacing facing towards you. We're then going to pop that fabric with the beautiful side of the fabric facing towards you. And again, just pop the lining fabric over the top. You can use a pressing cloth if you've got one, or even just a plain piece of white fabric. Just making sure that that is secured to the back of the fabric there, and we'll repeat that on this second exterior panel. Again, with the fusible side of the fabric. And you can feel that in the kit and also the packs of the fusible interface, and you can feel the fusible side. You've got those nice little glue bumps on there, making that really easy. I know I've certainly made the mistake in the past of putting it the wrong side and it's been attached to the ironing board, so definitely take a moment to just feel that you've got that the right way.
That's when those applique mats can really come in handy.
Oh gosh, yeah, they are definitely worth their weight in gold. Definitely.
We've got some messages for you, Kerrie. So this is from Dawn. Morning all. How wonderful to see our Queen Ladybird looking like a glorious ray of sunshine. Fabulous new kit. She does. Isn't that dress glorious? The colour is absolutely fabulous.
Well, with the rain outside, I thought we needed a little sunshine inside.
Yes, definitely.
Today.
It's really lovely. And then Julie has also said, good morning, Kerrie, Wendy. Really looking forward to this hour watching our Queen Ladybird with her ever-smiling face. Love Julie. That's lovely. Yes, she does. She's smart. She comes in smiling.
I'm definitely a morning person.
Are you? Definitely a morning person.
My husband's not. Not at all. I always wake up excited.
Do you?
Yeah, I do, yeah.
I'm not too bad. But
and high-pitched, apparently. Too high-pitched, apparently, some mornings. Right, so the first thing that we're going to do now, this will, of course, be on your instructions as well. But what I would always recommend doing when you're creating those boxy bags is to just mark up 1/4 inch away from that raw edge. I've gone a little bit further in. I've got about 1/2 inch here. This will make it easier when we come to sew the zip and the handle into place as well. So just mark those up. So when you transfer this onto the sewing machine, you're remembering your start point and your finish point for your zip. So I always tend to do that first. And then the next thing we're going to do with the zipper facing up towards us, you can use your quilter's wash away tape or your sew line glue pen. I tend to just use whichever is closest to me. and then just run a strip of glue or a row of glue along the top of the zip. With the right side of the fabric now facing up towards you, we're simply going to turn that zip over and just align the edge of the zip with the raw edge of the fabric. Now before you do this step, which I've already done, just check that your zipper works, because sometimes, very rarely, but sometimes they don't. And there's nothing more frustrating than having gone to the effort of putting your zip into a project and then it not working correctly. So do double check that first. The next thing that we're going to do is to just run a line of glue across the top of that zip. So you should now be able to see the wrong side of the zipper. Now the fabric that will come in your kit is this beautiful white on white fabric. Just make sure the right side is facing towards the pretty side of that exterior panel. And again, just align that along the top of the zip. If you haven't already at this point, and this is where in your step-by-step it'll tell you to do so, just mark up those lines on the edges of the fabric there. And it's quite nice when you're working with a light fabric, it's really easy to see through that zip. But just as a little reminder, place your fingers 2 finger spaces ahead of that zip, just slide your pin through, and that will remind you to stop at this stage and just raise your presser foot. So I'm just going to change the machine over to the zipper foot. Starting at that first pen mark, and we will start with a reverse stitch at this stage as well. Tease a little bit more thread through. That's it. So we will start just with a reverse stitch or a lock-in stitch. And then we're sewing along to that first pin mark there. When you arrive in line with that pin mark, leave your needle inserted and remove the pin at this stage. It's just a reminder, at this stage we're going to close that zip. So just feeling through your fabrics, finding that zip, twiddle the fabric on the machine if needs be, and then we're simply going to sew along to that second pen mark. And again, finish with a reverse stitch. And that's really important, otherwise you may find that this opens up in a little while when we're coming to fold those fabrics back out of the way. So just take a moment to remove those threads, save those all getting tangled up. And then as we open the fabric here to expose the zip, we're just going to give this just a little press. You can finger press this if you want, but I do always find that you get a nicer finish on the zip, or certainly a neater finish on the zip, just by running the fabric across the top. Just by running the iron across the top even. I've got fabric on I've seen all that beautiful fabric this morning.
Absolutely gorgeous.
Oh.
Half the stock of the pattern on its own is gone. So just,
with the Beatrice.
Just warning you, half the stock of the bit.
I thought you were going to say that fabric then.
No.
Oh, I've been watching along, that's beautiful.
I know, it's which one to buy is my dilemma.
Oh, we need
I might
it
end
all.
up getting the whole lot, the mega bundle, if there's still any left.
Beautiful.
Because I quite like the idea of patchworking a dress. So.
Oh, yeah, you have so many beautiful dresses.
I do.
You should
that's
definitely
trouble,
have a patchwork dress. Can you have it next time we're on a show together? I really want to see it in all your spare time. So again, just popping that pin in 2 finger spaces ahead of your zipper. You can see the zip, but it's just a nice way to remind yourself. Now on here, we're going to repeat the same step. You can mark this up with a pen if you want to, and it will remind you to do that in the pattern, but we're starting a 1/4 inch in, almost in line with your zipper. I have so many things that I want to do and make for myself, and it's finding the time to do it, isn't it, sometimes?
I keep buying fabric from here. I've yet to make any of it up. I have actually had other things. I'm rewriting some pages for a book that's been revised. So
wonderful. When is it due to launch your book?
I think it'll come out next year, but I have to get it finished by July.
Well, you're going to be very busy, aren't you? Just a little. So again, just repeating that on the opposite side there, making sure you've left that 1/4 inch, and we'll repeat the same on the opposite side of the bag as well. So just opening that zip halfway, running the glue along the top of the zip. Where did my little pen go? There we go.
These are so handy, aren't they?
Oh, I absolutely love these. There's just some things that I just wouldn't be without, and I think when you've got these accessories in your collections, you find lots of reasons to use them as well. I should have used it on the inside of that bag, shouldn't I? You'd have never known.
I never would have known.
You never would have known, Wendy.
I wouldn't have said it, but it was. You could see it.
It was there.
So I couldn't.
You were only saying what I was thinking to myself. Oh no. When I was finishing that, I think I was too busy chatting, and I forgot I was supposed to do it. I was catching up.
Oh, but I've done the opposite as well. When I've forgotten to leave the gap, and then you suddenly
and you've gone too far.
I've got to unpick it.
So again, pop in the glue along the back of the zip. I've already marked that fabric up to remind myself, aligning the raw edge of the fabric with the zip. Just running your hand across there or your fingers to secure that. Placing that pin in place, and we'll repeat that stage there. Just going to move the zipper foot back across. Starting with that reverse stitch and then sewing along to the pin mark. When you arrive at the pin, just leave that needle inserted, remove your pin and then open the zip out of the way. Makes it easier to get a nice finish on that.
Otherwise you get this sort of like a bumpy bit, don't you?
Yeah.
Where you've gone round the zip pull.
There we go. Just need to release that a little bit more there.
So who's Beatrice?
I just love the name. A few years ago, I'd been on a sort of a girly night out, and I couldn't remember one of the girls' names. So I kept telling her she looked like Beatrice, and that it stuck forever. So I'm Florence and she's Beatrice now, forever. I do remember her name now. Only because she added me as a Facebook friend and I see it pop up all the time. But to me, she's Beatrice. So opening this up to expose the zip. Do you ever look at people and think, oh, you look like your name's going to be?
No.
And think, what do I do?
No, I don't actually. You do. Sometimes you do look at somebody when they say what their name is, and you think, "Oh, you don't look like a whatever."
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, she looked like a Beatrice to me that day. I do love the name. There we go. So I'm just going to bring the zipper foot across, and then sew along the opposite side of the zip. I can see the zipper foot pull here, so I'm not going to pop that pin in on this time, but if you're doing this for perhaps the first time, it may be worth just popping that zip in just as a reminder to yourself.
Yeah. So the bundle that you're working on there, we've got that on the right hand side of the graphics. That lovely print. So this is a Riley Blake.
This is Riley Blake.
This
is the Riley Blake that we're working with.
So that's £23.99, and you get the 2.5 meters, as well as the zips and as well as the pattern.
And you also get the 30 inches of interfacing.
Oh yes, and the 30 inches of interfacing, yes.
The projects as well. All of my patterns are named after somebody.
Yes, well, that's what I thought. So I wondered if there's a history behind it. Yes, any patterns are starting to be named Edward or John, or
pardon?
If any patterns start being called Edward or John, we'll be questioning your night out.
Oh yes, yeah. There's no nights out at the moment, is there?
Elliot's saying this is a delivery driver who bought our takeaway. This is
What's the pattern? It's perfect to put your own deliveries in.
You could put like a casserole, you know those casserole holders that you take.
Yes.
Yeah, so that could be John, the delivery driver.
Go. Oh, John, yeah, bring me a lovely casserole. That would be wonderful. There we go. So just opening these fabrics, aligning the exterior with the exterior, and your lining, of course, with the lining, which is really nice and easy to do with these when you fabrics, especially when you're working with a nice white fabric on the interior as well. On this side, what we're going to do now is sew along the full length of the exterior fabric, and then the lining fabric, we're going to leave a 3-inch gap here just at the bottom to remind ourselves that that's the turning gap. I'd actually hate to admit how many takeouts we had during lockdown.
I must admit I didn't actually. I was reasonably good. Oh, I fancy a curry tonight now you're saying that.
That sounds very good.
It does, doesn't it? So my son said the other day, we met up on Saturday, and I met my 2 boys and we went car hunting, and of course we had to go and get breakfast first because neither of them have breakfast, especially when they're coming out with mum.
Because they know mum's gonna sort them out.
The first thing we did, and Jake was saying to me, I must eat healthily today because I had a McDonald's for lunch and a pizza for dinner or something. And so I said, okay, so do you want to get breakfast first? Yeah, so let's go to McDonald's. So we had a healthy McDonald's.
It was highly recommended.
We did buy food and cook for dinner though. So.
I think now as well, when we're meeting up with people, we just want to spend as much time as we can with them as well. So whatever makes it easier.
Well, also, you know, are we allowed to meet indoors yet? I'm still not sure what is and isn't allowed. But when you could only meet in the garden, you know, it's easier to get a takeout, isn't it? To do that.
I like barbecues. I love.
I
barbecue.
like a barbecue. I don't do a barbecue for me though.
Well, yeah.
But I do
love barbecues.
To be honest with you, it's not the barbecue food I particularly like. It's a bit too meaty for me.
Yeah. I like all the salads and
yes,
jacket
exactly,
potato
it
and
is.
potato
It's a salad,
salads,
a jacket potato pasta salad. Oh, have you done fruit kebabs on the barbecue?
No.
They're gorgeous, really lovely.
There we go. That's what we'll have to do. That will be my healthy contribution to our
Well,
next
it's not that healthy
barbecue.
because actually you do put sugar all over them.
Oh.
And then you cook them on tin foil.
Yeah.
And it just softens and caramelizes. It's beautiful, absolutely lovely. Or bananas.
Yeah,
open up the banana skin
and
then slit the banana and put chocolate buttons down the banana and pop that on the barbecue.
I think I like your barbecues. Mine aren't that exciting now. Thought my potato salad and was exciting. Now I'm thinking that I've got it all wrong. So nice and easy now. All I've done is I'm aligning the centre of the zip there. That's where we've left that little gap with the seam at the bottom of the bag, placing those on top on both sides, just making sure there's no twists and turns. And I do find it easier by just giving that a little press, and then that keeps those lines in place when we come to top stitch those in a moment. So what we're going to do now is to just finish off this little handle. We've already pressed the fusible interfacing onto the back. With the fusible side of the fabric facing you, fold this in half to create your centre fold. And then we're going to bring the two raw edges into the centre on both sides and give that a little press. And then fold this in half a final time.
Oh, can we just answer this question that Laura has said? She was retuning the TV, so she probably missed the part, which I think she might have done. Why should we open, sew, and then close the zip when attaching the zip?
So when we opening and closing that, as Wendy said, sometimes when you're sewing around the zip, if the zip's left in the same place, what can happen is you get a little bit of a curved line on there, so it doesn't give you the best finish on there. So it really is just to move that zip out of the way to create space to sew that zip into place nice and neatly, and really just to make it easier and more enjoyable for you to sew the zip in.
It's the zip pull that we're talking about, the zip pull that can cause a bump in your seam.
Yeah. So I'm just zigzag stitching along the folded edges here on both sides, just to give that a nice finish. And I have chosen to work with a nice fuchsia pink thread in here because it's quite nice sometimes to see your top stitching. And just remove those threads. So what we're going to do now, and this is on the side of the zip, so it will be open at this stage. This is on the side of the zip, so your zipper, if you have a little look at these bags, are in the same place or finish in the place where you're pulling your zipper into place on here. So as you open this up, you'll see that open. We're going to fold the handle in half, pop this on the inside. I always tend to overhang mine by a 1/4 inch to make sure that that's secured into place. And what we'll do first of all is to just sew this into place. So I'm just going to fold those back and pop a clip onto there to keep that in place. A little clip onto the side. You've got your lots of layers there of your fabric and your interfacing. So I'm using the clip, otherwise it may bend the pin at this stage.
And go back to straight stitch.
Back to the straight stitch. And I'm just going to sew and secure that into place. Starting and finishing, just a basting stitch on there is fine. So it just gives that a little bit more stability. And as we release those clips, the reason that we've left that 1/4 inch here is to expose the raw edge. So as you fold this section back to expose that zip, and what I find helps is I fold this in across that zip there, I can easily sew across this section. Just pop in a clip onto the side, and at this stage we want to make sure this zip is really close together, and you can see that by leaving that 1/4 inch open there. I'm going to pop this onto the machine and just sew straight across this raw edge. We don't need to worry about starting with a reverse stitch because we will be cutting that to box the corners in a little while. And if you take your time here, we do want to get the stitch line as close to that fabric as we can. And then sew to the opposite end. We'll repeat that on the opposite side as well. So just folding this fabric back, so it's the lining fabric I'm tucking out of the way. Folding the lining across the top just to hold this into place. And again, we're going to sew across. You can clip this, but actually this is secured into place because it's the opposite end of the zip.
We've got about 10 minutes left, Kerrie.
Lovely. And we'll repeat the same on the lining fabric as well. And I actually find on the opposite side it's much easier because you've got that extra thickness of the interfacing. So folding this back and over the sides as well. And on the opposite side.
Got a message here. Morning ladies, enjoying the show very much, bought lots of goodies. You're both bringing lots of sunshine to a dark and dreary Wakefield. That's from Elizabeth Daly. Thank you, Elizabeth. Oh, I'm sorry it's dark and dreary, but maybe it's a good excuse to stay inside.
Oh, it's definitely the best excuse to stay inside,
isn't it?
So isn't it? And again on the opposite side. And this one here, in fact, I'll just take this off because this is the side where your little zipper's open. So just bring these in, make sure the folded edges are marrying up there with your seam edge, which you'll be able to see. It may be a bit difficult because it's white, but you may need to just bring these in quite closely because we don't want any gaps in there, and clip that into place.
This is a time when maybe a bit of hand tacking
oh yeah,
could
absolutely.
help actually, much as I resist.
If you've got a little stiletto or a finger press as well, you can just use that on the fabric to hold it into place. Being really careful, of course, to not let it go too far under the foot. So to box these corners, we'll repeat the same on the exterior and the lining fabric, and we can cut through those fabrics together. Take away those threads. And just using your ruler, what we're going to do to make this really easy, it's slightly different in the pattern direction, but to make this easy, we've only got a few minutes left. I'm going to place this on top and draw 1.5 inches square.
Can you move it just, oh, it's all right, it's taking
I can
That's
move.
brilliant, thank you.
If we do that on all 4 corners. And we can cut through all layers together, keeping this nice and speedy.
So this is the large bag, and you can make all 3 sizes from the kit. So I've got baby and mummy, and you're doing daddy bear. These lovely little bags. I love the fact that they've got different coloured zips as well.
Do you know, my sister's been working with us, and she chose the zips to go with it. I perhaps could have put all 3 of the same colours, so it was really nice actually.
Yeah, I like the idea because, I mean, that's up to you. If you buy the zips separately, of course, you can mix and match your zips.
Colours
but
you want.
I like the fact you could say, the sort of, my medicines are in the yellow zip, and then my toiletries are in the pink zip sort of thing. You can make that more easy to remember
really
which
well.
is which.
And she did it with one of the kits, so we carried it across all 3 options of the kits, which I think is really nice. So again, here where you've pressed that fold to begin with, we're simply lining that up with the seam edge on both the exterior and interior. I will just do the exterior part of the bag for today's demo, so you can see this finished. Start and finish with a reverse stitch on all of those corners. And you would just do exactly the same on the lining as well. So the way that I've pulled those through, married up those raw edges. It's quite nice to see the project finished, isn't it?
It is nice.
Or almost finished.
I can't believe that you've basically made this bag in 30 minutes, 40 minutes?
This is one of the projects from Fabulously Fast Fat Quarter Fund. So all of the projects are nice, easy, beginner-friendly projects. But what I particularly like is to keep them nice and speedy. You know, we all tend to have lots of projects. Certainly if we've been sewing for quite some time, that, you know, might be taking months to finish if you're making a dress or if you're making a quilt. So it's nice to have lots of easy projects on the go as well. And that's what I really enjoy doing and designing. So you will repeat that same on the interior, but you've got that gap now in the bag, just poking this through. We've left that zip open, so that's one of the other reasons that we need to open and close the zips while we're creating this project. And as you bring this through the gap, you have got, of course, your heavyweight interfacing on here, so just be gentle with that. The 3-inch turning gap is more than enough for this size project. And as we just push those on the inside, just push out those corners, then you've got the daddy bag. A nice floral bag to finish with. Looks like I've got a little bit of hand sewing to do this afternoon, doesn't it? To finish those off. But this is a really nice size bag, actually. This is quite a big one. When you open this up, you've got a lot of space in there.
Yes.
Hopefully, all of your pills don't fit in that size bag. Hopefully you're going for the smaller one for that one.
Oh, yes, I don't even need that big a bag, to be honest with you.
There we go. So there's your larger size of the bag as well.
Isn't that lovely? I got the two. Thank you ever so much, Kerrie. We haven't got time to do the Hilary hexagon, but we have done it before.
We have done it before. We've done it in full as well.
We've done it in full. Do you remember when it was, Kat? She's going to try and find the date so people can go back and look at that.
There is a full tutorial for that project.
Yes, so we can actually look at that on that. So 22nd of April. So if you go for the 22nd of April on the YouTube, you'll be able to see that. And there are 3 colourways for that, as well as the instructions on their own. We're showing you the instructions on their own on the graphics at the moment, £6.99, and that is for the Hilary hexagon bowls. And again, you can make all three sizes, from the kit that you can buy. Do look on the website for those kits. When are you back with us, Kerrie?
I can't remember.
Oh, you can't.
I can't remember the date off the top of my
head. But
it's
somewhere in July,
isn't it? I'm back in July.
Yeah, somewhere in July.
Back in July.
Now, before you go, we want to recap the scrap bags. So we've got the Liberty. So this is the Liberty one. So what you're getting is you're getting a scrap bag of 50 grams of Liberty fabric. So it won't be what we've got here specifically. It could be any combination of colours or numbers of strips. What it will be is usable pieces, usable size pieces, beautifully packaged and well coordinated. So we haven't looked through, we've just picked one at random, and this is the one we've got. So this is from the warehouse. So what we have in this particular one is we have 4 pieces. You might get 3, you might get 4, but you'll get 50 grams in weight. And the first time we did this, it was completely sold out. And as I say, you won't necessarily get these 4 fabrics, but you will get a selection of Liberty prints. And it will be 50 grams in weight for £8.99. Lots of people are buying multiples of this, which is a great idea. And you can use all these for the little projects you've got, maybe little pin cushions, little needle cases, add to trim for something. You could make lovely binding out of these. You can use them for sashing and all sorts of things. Self-covered buttons, which I absolutely love to do. So there's lots of reasons you can use these scraps. And they're not scraps as possibly you and I have at home, like just stuffed into a bag. These are beautifully presented, beautifully packaged, cut superbly. We also have Riley Blake. This is the other option. So again, it's a way of trying this range of fabrics and just using a little bit. You know, you could use it, you could create a pocket out of it, a little patch pocket or something. In this pack, I have 3 pieces. Now again, you might not get these fabrics, you might not get 3, you might get 4, you might get 5. It depends on the weight. But what you will get is beautifully coordinated pieces, so you can work with them all together. You've got enough here, for instance, there's enough here to create a lovely cushion front, if you wished. You could do something, look at that, you could do something, oh look, it's coming out of shot even because it's so much here. So what you will get is a weight. If I push that back, I can move that like, look what you've got there. So it's 50 grams what you're getting. So it's back in stock today. Isn't that lovely? So you could do lots of lovely things. You could make patch pockets out of it. You could make binding. You could do borders or sashing. There's lots of little things. Or you could make some of the very little projects that you've got. As I say, it could be a pin cushion or a needle felt or a tissue bag, you know, to put your little pocket tissues in. So do let us know what you get and what you make out of it, because we would love to know what people make out of these little bits and pieces. And so they're not tiny pieces, they're not scrappy pieces, they're not frayed, crumpled up pieces. They're beautifully presented, beautifully cut. Really lovely. So thanks, Kerrie. Hopefully we'll be working together soon. Hopefully be at festival together. Hopefully we'll be at festival together. But I am back in just a few minutes with Fiona, who's going to come with her dungarees. I'm not sure she's going to be wearing a pair, but I have a pair behind me. It's my pair of dungarees. So we'll see you in just a few minutes.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day. We love designer fabric here at Sewing Street. From the vibrant colours of Kay Facet and Tula Pink to the classic designs of Liberty and William Morris and contemporary fabric by Tim Holtz. We're also proud to have wonderful guest designers in the Sewing Street family who share their patterns and designs with us. So we're celebrating our love of designers with Designer Week from Monday the 21st to Sunday the 27th of June. Join us for plenty of new designer fabrics from Kay Facet, Tula Pink, Liberty, Anna Maria Horner, Riley Blake and much more. As well as projects and inspiration live from 8 AM to 1 PM on Freeview Channel 72, Sky 670, YouTube and Facebook Live. Check out the programme guide on our website for details on what's on each day.
Hello, I'm Jane Greenoff and I'm stood in the barn here at Pink's Barn in Gloucestershire, England, which is where I live with my husband, and I stitch. I think I stitch in my sleep. I've certainly been stitching for over 30 years now, and by stitching I'm talking about counted cross stitch or counted embroidery in general terms. I also collect old samplers, and I've got one to show you here. Now, this smashing, it was actually stitched in 1796 by a little girl of 8 or 9, and it's absolutely charming. So I collect antiques, I love to draw and create antiques for the future, and look forward to seeing you all on Sewing Street sometime in the future.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com. scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters, so you'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Hello, my name's Fiona Hesford and I'm founder of Sew Girl. I'm based down in Worthing on the south coast of England, and I've got a range of sewing patterns which I've developed over the last few years, which are projects for loose fitting clothing, everyday simple garments, things that I really love to wear myself. And I'm going to be bringing you them to Sewing Street over the next few months. So I look forward to seeing you then. Bye.
Welcome back. Here I am surrounded by more lovely fabric, but this time fabrics are suitable to make dungarees. And my co-host here is wearing her dungarees. And actually you're wearing what you are showing there on the screen. You're wearing today.
Yes.
You've got those in. They look really lovely and comfy.
They're nice and comfy. They're not tight. They're nice and loose, and you can just slob around in them. They're great. But if you make them in linen, they can be quite chic, actually.
Yes, well, I think that's the idea, isn't it? That again, your patterns, you can make them in so many different fabrics, depending on the look you want to create.
Yes, and also you had a cotton. I mean, a friend of mine's got some in quite lightweight cotton, so you don't have to do them in thicker fabrics. No. You can do them in quite thin fabrics as well, especially if it's a hot day like we're getting at the moment. Wishful thinking.
Yes. So this is the Doris Dungarees. So what you have here is a pattern which goes from sizes 8 to 22. It's suitable for adventurous beginners. Now I'm just going to tell you what those sizes are in measurements because it makes more sense than just sizing. So a size 8 is a hip size 35 inch going up to a size 22, which is a 49 inch hip. Now this has been on in the past, so we do have some reviews for it. Sue says the pattern is really good quality paper and the style is exactly what I've been looking for. Thank you, Sue. That's a month ago. Linda has said, very pleased with this pattern. It's easy to make. Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Linda. It is good. I mean, it is. I think the thing about these patterns, they come on good quality paper, so do use your paper scissors to cut them out. But it does mean you can reuse them again and again and again. They are full size, obviously. You also get on the back of here, you've got your finished garment measurements, which tells you the ease that's allowed in them. So for instance, your waist hip, finished waist hip size is 37.5 inch, when the waist this is a size 8 by the way, the waist is 25 and the hip is 35. So it's going to be loose on the waist and you've got a couple of inches ease on the hip area as well. And knowing that can help you decide which size to make as well. But it gives you an idea of how much ease they're supposed to be, how loose they're supposed to be. So look at both those measurements. Now this has sold out in the past. It was previously demoed on the 29th of April where it sold out. So you're going to take your demo a stage further, but you can watch that demo from before as well, so to combine those two demos. So if you did miss out then, of course, it's now time to grab these lovely dungarees. And again, the whole thing about Sew Girl patterns is that they are simple to make. So you can be, as it says on here, an adventurous beginner. We do like an adventurous beginner. Basically, have a go if you've not done this before, but it's a lovely, easy garment to wear. Now, we did mention earlier that you could use any of the bundles that we had earlier to make these, but we've also got some more of the linen bundles. So we're going to recap the denims quickly because we do still have some of these, and you've used the denim, haven't you? So there's the medium blue, which is this one. So it's a 3 metre piece. Now this is ample because looking at the instructions here, you need up to sort of 2.6. So you will have some spare because you're going to get 3 metres here. But at £28.99 for 3 metres, classic denim, you'll always be able to use that extra piece. Indeed, looking at the bags behind you, you could use some of it for that, couldn't you?
You could,
so
yeah.
that'll be super. So you've got £28.99 for 3 metres, so less than £10 a metre, and this is the medium blue denim. So we've only got 10 of these left, so if you're interested in that and you put it in the basket, do check out because you could lose it. We also have the dark blue. So again, this is the denim. So it's a lovely weighted denim. It's not really heavy. It's quite nice. It's comfy, and it'll be soft to wear. It'll take you through all seasons. So you can wear it with a little strappy top, or you can wear it with a long sleeve t-shirt or a jumper to take you through the seasons. So this is a lovely blue, dark blue, £28.99. This is the one that Fiona's actually wearing. Traditional denim for your dungarees. Then we have these enzyme washed linens. This is the one we had earlier on. So this is chartreuse. So again, it's 3 metres, a 3 metre piece, which is £34.99 for the 3 metres. So it's a lovely, lovely sort of linen fabric. It's nice. It is linen, which means it's a great fabric for the summer. It will crease, but that is what linen is supposed to do. And then we have 3 different blues. So the first blue is BC66, which is teal. I'm saying that number just so Kat can put the right graphics up for you. So this is a teal. This is a very lovely colour, this, isn't it?
Oh, it's gorgeous. That's the sample is made in
Oh, the sample's made in the teal. If I grab the sample.
It looks lovely with red, doesn't it?
So that's the sample which has been made in the teal. So doesn't that look lovely? It does look, do you know, it reminds me of Dennis the Menace. Oh, look, and there you are in it.
Where's Wally?
Yeah. Oh, where's Wally? Yes. That does. That's a lovely blue. It's sort of a denim-y blue again, isn't it? But it's not. This is in the linen. So the next colour we have is another blue. This is a lighter one. This is LR. This is aqua. So again, it's a lighter blue. So this is a really lovely one. It's a soft one.
That's so pretty, that colour, isn't
it?
it?
It's a very pretty colour, isn't it? It's like an eggshell colour. So Michelle, I made mine in linen with Liberty Ditzy floral pockets. Brilliant idea.
I like that.
That's a smashing idea.
I love that idea.
And you could use the scrap bags that Kerrie had earlier to make those pockets, because they would just fit those little pockets.
Yes, or if you've got little bits, you could always just edge the top of your pockets with a bit of Liberty, couldn't you?
Wouldn't that be lovely?
You're buying a tape maker.
Then we've got the denim coloured. This is the enzyme washed linen. This is a denim colour for it. So again, it's a lovely blue. It's another lovely blue. So this one here. It's more of an inky blue. So that's really lovely. It's an inky blue colour. So again, £34.99 for the 3 metre piece. And then we have grey, but this is a soft, this is more like a taupe grey, this is. This is a colour my boys would like, Elliot. They would like this. I don't know how I had boys. Not like, I know how I had the boys, but I don't know how I had boys that like that only like black and grey and taupe.
Oh,
you know. How did
they're
that
not
happen?
colourful. How many boys have you got?
2.
Oh,
two wonderful boys. Yeah, love them.
A handful.
There's no, there is if you're bringing them up. This is lovely. This would look smart. It would look really chic. I
think that's such
colour.
a chic colour.
It is, isn't it?
It's so expensive looking.
It is.
Very toast. I keep mentioning that one.
Look at that. Oh, isn't this lovely?
Yeah.
See, I think this is a dusky rose. This is called lavender. I think it's beautiful.
It's beautiful.
That's a lovely colour too. This would make such a lovely dress. Well,
that would look lovely.
It would look lovely in your Orla dress, wouldn't it?
Yes, especially if you're by the Mediterranean.
Yes, oh, we wish.
Which we're all going to be doing this year, aren't we? Not.
We can all pretend. So all of these bundles are all 3 metres. We've got them here with the Dungarees pattern, but they will also work with the Orla dress pattern that we had earlier. So this is 3 metres again, £34.99. It's very, very popular. So,
Right.
the dungarees.
Yes.
They sound scary, but they're not.
I don't
No, the
think
answer is
they
no, they're
are.
not.
I don't think they are. I mean, I know what you mean, though. I think
It's
people
the
might
thought
think,
of it.
oh, that's not something I could do. I was debating about whether to make them sort of intermediate, and then I thought, well, you know what, I've got no zips. Okay, we've got buttonholes, but you know, you could just sort of put a clip on there if you wanted to and sew a button on. So I didn't think that really, I mean, I think the patch pockets is maybe a little bit more challenging, but you know, it's nothing that a beginner's pattern wouldn't have. So I think as long as you know, the sizing comes out pretty much Marks and Spencer's sizes. So if you know how, you know, but you know, if you're a bit worried, then you could always make up something, you know, you don't have to put the pockets on, but just make up the bib and the trousers in some cheap fabric and try it on, just if you want to be absolutely certain about it.
Did they make a toile?
But they are a toile, that's right, but they are loose, so you know, I mean, if they're a little bit baggier, then you know, you can eat more.
That doesn't matter, does it? Really, I think
you can eat more. Just want to I mean, I like sort of clothing where you can have a good dinner and not feel tight in it afterwards. So this fits the bill, really, doesn't it?
I think they're great. Now you've used contrast thread as well on your pockets and your
I
detail,
have,
but again,
yes.
if you're an absolute beginner, you're
yes,
frightened.
just
You
use
don't
the
have
same
to.
colour thread, yes, as the background. And also, you know, on some of the pastel colours, it's nice if you pick up with a white, you know, you maybe got a little bit more room for error with paler colours. On the darker colours, there's much less, obviously, much more obvious the stitching. But if you feel confident about doing the top stitching in a contrast thread, then go for it, because I just think that it just really adds something to the pattern, and you can really get the sort of detailing going on, which you get in jeans. So. Just want to point out about the lay plan, because you've got plain fabrics, we've pretty much got all plain fabrics today, you can use the last lay plan here, which is where there's no direction, no pattern direction. So you can turn the fabric, the pieces, the trousers upside down and slot them into each other, and that saves on fabric. So we've kind of gone for the largest option of fabric requirements, but actually if you use the last lay plan, you've got quite a bit left over for doing lots of other projects. So if you've got the bundles, so you know, you should be fine. Now I think I covered last time, I covered the straps and I covered making a pocket. And so what I thought of doing, and we talked about facings as well. So if you go back to that program, you should be able to see. But here I'm just going to sort of like, you know, overlap a bit what we did. We've got some, so we've got a front and back bib, and we've got the facing to the bib. We've got lots of patch pockets. So we've got one bib pocket and then 4 pockets for the front trouser front and the trouser back. Now you know, you could do less pockets if you don't want them on the front. I mean, I think it's quite nice because you sort of do a lot of this when you've got them. But you know, if you think, oh, that's too many pockets for me, you could leave them off. That's absolutely no problem. But I do think that bib one looks nice. So I think, you know, if you leave that one on the front, I think it would look good. Now, and then you've got the trouser front and back and the strap. So, you know, there's lots of pieces, quite a few pieces in this. Now, when you come to the front, you've put the bib pocket on first of all, and then you've laid the facing on the side, on the front side of the front bib, and then you have stitched across the top and then down 1 centimetre in from the edge of the facing piece. And you can see beforehand, and it's all written in the pattern, it's a good idea to just fold over, double fold your small 1 centimetre hem at the side before you go any further, because it just helps later on. It's not that you sew it down at this stage, but it just helps when you're sort of getting to that stage. And then you can just turn your facing inside out. Get yourself a poking tool, if I had one here.
There is one. So there's one just there if you want to use that.
So get yourself a poking tool and then just poke out your corners of your facing like so. And then you can give that a press. and then we're going to come back to that later and top stitch it when we're sewing the side hem. So let's just give that a quick press now.
Brilliant. Whilst you're doing that, Sue Laker said, "Good morning, Wendy and Fiona. Love your patterns, Fiona. They're so clear to follow. I made your Lottie jacket and was very pleased with it." And that's Sue from Tamworth.
Oh, thanks, Sue.
That's nice to hear, isn't it? Now, we've had a question from Susan. This is going to come across the bottom here. "Hi, ladies. Could you make the dungarees in a sweatshirt type fabric? Love the great patterns."
Oh, that stumped me, that has. Do you know, that's like a romper suit, isn't it?
Yeah, I'd say yes, you can, but be aware of the fact that you might get seating.
That's what I was about to say.
When you sit down.
When you sit down, you sort of leave it behind you, don't you? You're sort of.
It'd be a bit like the onesie, won't it?
Yes.
It'll be that sort of effect.
Yes. But then they are loose fitting, so I think try it.
We've also had an email from a lady who's in her 70s. This is Jeanette saying, "Can I wear these? I'm 70-something." Yes, yes. Don't be defined by your age. Be defined by who you are. I think they suit every age.
70 going on 17.
Yes, I remember working with a lady at the shows actually, and she was 60, and at the time I was a lot younger. And she was wearing these shorts and she looked amazing. She wore them with dark tights and low boots, but sort of chunky boots.
Yes.
She looked amazing.
Oh, wow.
And I thought, I do hope by the time I get to 60 that I feel confident to be and look like that.
Yes.
Hey, and there we are.
60 going on 16.
I think it's having the confidence, isn't it? If you have
you're
the
only going up
confidence.
1 year every 10 years, so it's all right. Now, so on the back piece, when we put the facing on, you can see that I've sort of pinned the straps underneath. So I'm just going over what we did on the last show quickly. And then the facing goes on top, and you stitch across, and then we trim across the seam corners here, and then again turn that inside out. So that's just going back over the last bit of the previous show. And now, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to sew the side seams together. So it's these bits here that are at the far side of the bib. So I'm just going to sew across there. So get my glasses on again. And, right, so I've got my pin on the other side, so I'll take that out. So you want to have a little back stitch at the top there. And then on the other side as well. There we go. They're nice things to sort of wear when you're working actually, because you've got the pockets and you can just sort of pop your seam ripper in, and so I like to think they're quite practical.
Yes, practical and comfortable.
Mm. And then you could finish your seam allowances separately or together. It's up to you, but I'm going to just press mine open like so. So I think in the pattern it says to finish them before you sew them together. So
yes, Kat's just said this is a very good transitional garment because people have got so used to wearing comfy loungewear and leggings and jogging bottoms and things. And now we've got to start getting dressed again.
Yes.
But this is like a transitional, isn't it? So it's still comfy, but you can look really smart.
Yes. So you're out of your pyjamas then now, are you?
Actually, I didn't do that, I have to say. Once I tried to work in a tracksuit because I work from my home office. I couldn't do it. It just felt wrong. So I have still dressed.
Yes. I mean, I have to say that I did sometimes wear the same thing every single day for a week because I just couldn't be bothered to sort of choose anything different. And then I'd go to something else and then that would stay on for about a week.
I have to say the other thing I do is I get out of my work clothes at the earliest opportunity, then I get into comfies.
Mm. So I've turned under the hem because once you've done the side seam, you can now fold over and pin the hem of the underarm edge.
And this is the one that you previously
This is the one that I've previously folded, ready, so that it's just, because when you push back the facing, it pushes the hem over, so it already gets you going. And if you've got that bit folded over already, you're halfway there, aren't you? And so what I'm going to do now is, and then you also pin your facing down, and then you're going to stitch across your facing, so you're top stitching, so you're having some stitching showing on the other side, and then you're sewing all the way down and round as well. I think I'm just going to do one side just to show you, and then we can move on then, can't we? So you get the idea. Let's just move my scissors out the way. So we're going to sew 1 centimetre away from the edge. This is our top stitching. I mean, I say top stitching, but it's actually on the back of the fabric because you're sewing a hem. You need to see what you're doing. And then
to just make sure the thread in the bobbin is the one you want to see on the right side of the garment.
That's right.
I've got another message here. Sally Parker, this is referring back to the lady who wanted to know, could she wear dungarees? It's not about age, it's about how you style a garment. See Iris Apfel, she's an icon at 100 years of age.
Wow.
I agree.
Oh, is she the lady with the really long grey hair? I think she is.
Is she? I don't know who she is, but I absolutely agree.
Yes.
It's how you wear it.
But it's also, it's your state of mind, isn't it?
It's about being, absolutely.
It's about being sort of open and positive.
These would look great in African wax fabric, Jill has said.
Oh, yeah.
In Cambridgeshire.
Definitely.
Or the Anna Maria Horner fabric, some of those bright, bold fabrics.
Yes,
they would look fabulous. And again, you see, but you look like a clown though. I'm thinking you could have a different colour, bib a different colour, pocket a different colour, right leg a different colour, left leg.
Now we're steering quite far away from the toast lady that I've got in mind.
Sorry Fiona.
But you know what, it's free world, you do what you like.
That might be a little bit clown-like, actually.
Yes. Now, I should have pressed this a little bit better, so I'm just going to go across here just to show you. So I'm going across the top edge. Now, I do say in the pattern to, if you have a walking foot, definitely pop it on, because there are some bits which are a little bit sticky, like at the corners where you've got quite a few bits, few seams there going on. If you haven't, just give it a little bit of coaxing, it's fine. So anyway, I've done one side, so you can see from there that I've gone across the top. Hang on, let's just turn it round, otherwise Elliot will have a go at me. So across there, round the edge, and all the way down to the other side, and then if I had more time, I'd go across there and all the way down the other side. So you can see what my drift, can't you? Get my drift, indeed. Man. Right. So now let's move on to the trousers bit. Do you know what? I think you could hack this. If anyone's got the Betty pattern, I've often thought, I wonder what the Betty dress would look like, top bit, on the trouser bottom. Just saying, I might do it one day and see and find out for myself. It's just time, really, isn't it?
Customising.
If anyone ever does that, let me know how it works.
Yes, please do let us know.
So you can see this one is the trouser front, and I've put a sticker on it because it makes it easier. And you can see that I've marked out my positions for my pockets with tailor's tacks, because I think that at the very beginning, I know Wendy, you probably wouldn't do it, seeing as you've never wouldn't touch a needle and thread, but yeah, I think it's quite a good way of transferring pocket positions. But if you don't want to do that, just stick some tape on or get your measurement.
I would use a fabric marking pen or a chalk pencil.
There you go.
But
so,
I would transfer the markings, definitely.
That's right.
Definitely.
So this is the trouser back, and I've pinned the centre back seam, inner seam, in at the side edge, and I'm going to sew that together now. So
what seam allowance do you allow?
Now it's 1 centimetre on here. Now they're quite sort of loose fitting, so you know they are quite forgiving. But if you really want a 1.5 centimetre seam allowance, just add it on to the pattern, or when you're cutting, just cut half a centimetre away from the edge.
You don't really need to. I mean, it's just standard, isn't it? But there's no reason why it has to be 1.5.
No, I mean, I feel with these, to have big flappy, you know, and sometimes it means the difference between not having that extra size on. So I kind of feel like I'd rather go up to a size 22. And by the way, for any of those ladies, I think someone did contact me on Facebook about Orla. Would I do it in a 28? I think what I'm going to talk to Ian about developing the Orla and some of the patterns into large sizes for future shows maybe. So definitely I have to try the patterns out, see how they go. But then when they, you know, if they do go well, then I will do them in the larger sizes. So I haven't forgotten about you, lovely ladies.
Thank you. That's always good to know.
Yeah.
Yes, but one size doesn't always fit all, does it?
No.
So I love the fact we're seeing you model these whilst you're sewing in the different colours, the different fabrics.
What's that?
Whilst you're sewing, we're running some of your photos you sent us, little video clips.
Oh,
and we keep seeing you modelling them in different colours.
That funny woman that keeps popping up. Yeah.
Where did she
Don't know where I found
She
her.
just keeps on coming.
That model agency, I think they need to be fired.
And I just wanted to say, because I noticed that you've actually overlocked your edges
Yes.
before sewing it together, which is always a good idea, isn't it?
Yes, it's much easier, especially if you want to open this. Obviously, if you're going to sew it and sew the side seams, for example, I say just to sort of like finish them together all in one and then press them towards the back. But if you want to open up your seam, which I think particularly for the centre front seam is a good idea, then you know, do it that way.
Of course, if you don't have an overlocker, you can just use zigzag stitch, or you can use the
stitch.
over edge stitch on your sewing machine.
Yep.
With your over edge foot.
Or pink them, you know.
Or just pink them,
yes. But just don't take too much off don't pink them beforehand, because you'll lose your edge to sew along. And then I'm going to just top stitch. Well, I tell you what, I'll miss out that bit so I can move it on a bit but you'll then top stitch down that centre seam. And I'll show you the back one to show you what I mean. There, so you can sew it just makes that sit nice and flat.
Susan Tither has said, morning everyone, always look forward to Fiona's patterns. She has such a good eye for what people want.
Oh,
that's a nice comment, isn't it?
Yeah.
Thank you, Susan.
Thank you. I tell you what it is, I design for myself. I think that's the thing. I don't ever think, what would people like? I just think about what I would like. And I think, well, some people don't like it, some people do. But if I don't like it, then, you know, I can't expect anyone else to like it, really. So I think that's just my mantra, really. It's just designed for me. And I think that's why I quite like modelling my clothes, because they're so personal to me.
Yes.
You know, and I wear them every day. It's not like I just design something and then I just put it away and don't see it again. It's like they are the only things I wear. I don't really wear bought clothes. So yes, I mean, I just think that how you feel in your own homemade clothes is so unique. It's such a lovely connection to what you're doing. You feel so kind of slightly proud of yourself, don't you? Sort of like,
you should do.
Yeah,
yes,
you sort of feel like, I made this, you know. Now I'm stitching on a patch pocket here, and I'm sort of doing it quite quickly. So I would maybe do this slightly more carefully, and I probably would, sorry Wendy, hand tack it on first. But you can see that, you know, even with just pins, it is possible. But I like to sit and hand tack in front of a Scandi drama on TV, so that I'm not watching all the scary bits.
True.
But it's quite a good time. It's quite a good thing to do in front of the telly.
I mean, there are some times when it's really a good idea, and putting a patch pocket centre front of the garment possibly is one of those, because what you don't want is it to be slightly skew
Yes.
Which it could do if you just pin. So, you know, I would concede there are some times when hand tacking is a good idea.
I think also it's just you've only got one thing to think about, haven't you?
Yeah.
Just the pocket. You don't have to think about stopping and taking pins out. You just focus on the sewing. So in a way, it's like a sort of little gift to yourself, really, isn't it? Because you can see that I've got a little bit sticking out there, and if I'd taken a little bit more time, I might have just poked the little corners over and just poked it underneath. Those little poking tools are quite good with the little, white
turners.
plastic ones. Yes,
yeah,
they're quite good for that.
We do sell those.
Yeah.
We've got a message from Christine. She wants to know how wide the linen fabric is. Do we know, or shall I measure?
I think it's 135.
Yes,
is it 138 or 135?
Just
like that.
You would ask me to check a fabric that is 3 metres wide, wouldn't you? 3 metres long, I mean. Here we are. Let's check with the tape measure.
Have we got a lot of time, Wendy? Or
We've got about 25 minutes.
Right,
so
well, I'm just going to
okay.
quickly whiz this other pocket on then.
So this is 71, 100, 142. Or if you want it in old money, that is 28, 40, 48, 52. No, 56. 56 or 142
Is
the
it
width.
really? It's
yes.
more than 140?
Yes, it is.
Wow, I thought it was a bit less. That's nice and wide then,
isn't it? We've also got another message from Sue who said, when you overlock the edges before construction, where do you line up the edge of the fabric, or do you take the absolute minimum from the...
Don't overlock,
much?
Don't overlock it down, just literally overlock the edge. Don't take any of the width off the fabric. You can line it up to there's a groove on your overlocker, and if you line it up to that, it will literally seal the raw edge. It won't actually trim anything off. So it's very important actually to not trim anything off when you're overlocking.
Especially when you've only got a centimetre seam allowance, because then you'll end up with a 1/4 inch or something, won't you? It's me mixing the
Now this pocket, I'm just taking the trouble to just turn under the little corner underneath. You know, sometimes if you've got some of that little quilter's tape, you could actually put a little bit of quilter's sticky tape underneath just to hold it down. But I'm just holding it down with my fingers, and it works quite well. And then just be careful when you get to the corners. I like to just go 1 stitch at a time when I get to that corner, so I don't overshoot the mark. And then drop your needle down, pivot round. And if you've got a good colour match on your thread, you should be fine when you sew your pockets on. And obviously, if you've got contrast thread, be a bit more wary of what you see is what you get, sort of thing. So that's it. I might just go 1 more stitch. There we go. And then we're back to the top. So that's my 2 back pockets are on.
When you said you were back to the top then, I thought you were actually sewing across the top, and I was thinking, do I say something?
Now that would be silly. Now if you've got one of these lock stitches buttons, I like those for patch pockets because you can sort of, you know, if you had back stitch there, you'll see it, but if you've got a lock stitch, you can just pop that on and it reinforces the top edge of the pocket. Right then, so I can, am I in shot there? So I can take the pins out, I can take my tape out. And you see this side, I thought I'd show you it with a bit of masking. I mean, I'm a big fan of masking tape. My husband's always trying to search the house for his masking tape. I always finds it in my sewing box. Sorry, darling. So, there we go.
Well, the good thing about masking tape is it does peel off without leaving any residue, doesn't it?
And you can sew over it, and you can mark on it even with Sharpie pen, and it won't come through the fabric. And it's quite sticky, isn't it? So yeah, and you can tear it. You don't have to cut it. So it's got a lot of advantages. Right then, so there's my pockets, and there's my back piece, and I've got my front piece here. So I've only got one pocket on my front. Oh, I haven't got any, so I'll take those off. I'll leave that for another day. I mean, just bear in mind that if you do change your mind and you do want pockets on it, but you've put the whole trousers together, it's not that easy to sew the pockets on after you've sewn the trousers together. So yeah, think about that before you know, if you change your mind, it's not that easy to sew them on again.
That might be a job of sewing them by hand then.
Yeah, yes, you could do that. Right, so I'm going to pin the outer edge of the trousers together. Now these are sort of ankle skimming length, these dungarees, but you can turn them up, obviously, make them a little bit sort of more, relaxed. But you know, if you want them a little bit longer, you could just add a little bit onto the length. So I think you do have the finished length on the pattern.
Yes. That's always useful as well. So what height do you design for?
Well, this is just a finished length, so usually I design for about a 5'5" person, something like that.
So the finished length on this ranges from a size 8, 52.5 inches, to a size 22, 57 3/4. So it's always worth checking the length you want, isn't it? Because that doesn't really allow for the fact if you're 4'10".
Yes.
As one of my friends is.
But if you are, you know, on a lot taller, or you just want a little bit extra for turning up, you could just add it on anyway.
Yes.
If you've got the fabric, and then you can always trim it off if you don't want it, you know. So it's right. So I've pinned my trousers together at the sides, and I'm just going to sew down the outer edge.
So as always with your patterns, you've got a blog post to go with this, haven't you?
Yes, I have, yes.
So you just go to...
Showing all the
Sewgirl blog
measurements and the step-by-steps. So it's for people that want to see how it's done before they buy it, really. I mean, it's just a good way of checking it out and seeing whether the skill level is up to it, and you know, whether it's what they're expecting out of it, you know.
So lots and lots of information there. So you can buy this pattern with the comfort of knowing that there are lots of hints and tips and how-tos on there, as well as the very clear instructions inside the pattern.
By the way, can I say a quick hello to my dad?
Oh.
It's his birthday soon, so...
Happy birthday to Dad.
Happy birthday, Dad, for next month.
Did you see him on Father's Day?
No, but we're seeing them tonight, so we're going straight from
lovely.
here down to see them, yeah, so...
That would be nice.
Laden with gifts. Not.
Don't say that, you might be watching and be expecting something.
Yes.
How did you feel about wearing a half-made pair of dungarees?
Yes. I've got your lovely pair of dungarees, Dad.
Not quite
Not
finished,
your
but, you know.
size, but never mind. And then I've got my son who's finishing his degree, and he's having his degree show in London on Friday night, private view. So we're going on to that afterwards.
What's his degree?
So he did a degree in graphics.
Oh, lovely.
Graphic design. So a superb graphic designer, and he helps with me a lot with my patterns. So.
Oh, are you? Elliot's an alumni for that. But it's Brighton University. What is an alumni?
Yeah, what is that?
Oh, Oh, is that all? I thought it was something special.
What is it?
It just means he went to that university previously.
Oh, I see. Oh,
I thought it was something.
I thought it
fancy.
sounded like some sort of sect or something.
Like an ambassador.
Like they all get dressed up in robes and have an altar.
Is your machine actually sewing at the moment?
Sorry?
Is it actually sewing?
No.
Elliot just notices it was coming out. You probably run out of bobbin.
Oh, don't worry, I have another one in here.
Let's recap the pattern. That's because we're
Did
talking.
I get the other side done? I probably just had the other side done. Oh well.
So the pattern, $17.99, and in the pattern its size is 8 to 22, and I will give you the hip measurement on that. That is 35 inch for an 8 to a 49 inch for oh, you're showing it there. Brilliant, thank you, Elliot. So that's the size range you've got there, which is what's important. They are supposed to be loose fitting. They're pull on. They're all seasons, and they've got lots of pockets. So it's really good there. You can use all sorts of different fabrics such as linen, linen mixes, needle cord, denim and cottons. And we do have this whole array of cottons, linens in front of me here, and the denims. So do have a look on the website for those because they're in 3 metre pieces at a very good price. We also have the previous dress that we were doing in the previous hour. So it's the dress that's behind me here. This was brand new today. This is Orla trapeze dress, again sizes 8 to 22, which in bust sizes is 32 to 46. And this one was brand new to us today. It's a trapeze dress. Again, it's supposed to be worn loose, comfortable. You can wear any of these fabrics. You could use it in any of the fabrics we've shown earlier today as well. Lovely, easy make. So if you did miss the hour, of course, you can watch the demo on YouTube later today. So we're at the moment we're working on the we are working on the dungarees as I sit on my stool, and Fiona does all the work. So you got your seam back up and running.
I didn't say the other side either. So I was merrily chatting away to you, and nothing was just happening, and I really didn't notice. So I'm sorry about that, folks.
Quickly sew that seam back together again.
It's really interesting to see someone just sew with no thread, isn't it? Anyway, this bit is quite fast. You know, once you get to the trouser bit, I tell you what, I'm going to stop there because I only need to really show you the top bit, don't I? So, you know, you join the front to the back around the trouser leg as well. So inner leg seam. And then we have the right side facing you like that. So obviously you want to finish your raw edges as well. And then we just literally join the front to the back of the trousers with a bib. So you've got the wrong side outermost on the bib, and then you obviously want to match the back to the back and the front to the front, which is which. There we go.
We have got 15 minutes left. So.
All right, we'll be twiddling our thumbs, won't we, at the end? Now, when you match up the bib, match up your centre back seams first of all, and put a pin in, like so. And then match up your side seams with the side cross seams here. Dudley-do. And then,
what was that?
Dudley-do.
It's not an expression I've heard before. So basically you're matching up the seams.
So matching up the seams.
Yeah.
So on the back it's fairly straightforward because you've got the centre back seam, so that really helps. With the front, you've got the centre front seam of the trousers, so you just need to find the centre point of your front. So I've got a very faint pleat there, but if you want to just check that before you put it in, and then just match up your centre front points like so, and you see that fits in lovely. Well, it will do if you've got your seam allowance right, so which I seem to have. So there we go, and we can pin that all the way around. So I'm not going to spend too long pinning that because I can just whiz it around on the machine. And there we go. A really good fun making these though, I have to say. Absolutely love making these.
I know. And
really,
you know, you've shown various bits of it today, and you showed others earlier. But what you have done is you've created this sort of make that looks more complicated than it actually is.
Yes.
Because dungarees, as Kat sort of said, dungarees. You think, oh my goodness, that's going to be tricky, but it isn't. You've made it nice and simple.
Yeah. Yes, I mean, I think when I say beginners, I mean beginners to dressmaking, really. I think, if you're beginners to sewing, try a cushion first, or a bag, or some simple tote bag. Get au fait with seam allowances, finishing raw edges, things like that, before you kind of tackle clothing. But once you've done a few bags, you want to do more, won't you? And we've all been watching the Sewing Bee, so I think a lot of people have learned a lot from that programme, and they sort of think, well, I could do that, and I think there's no reason, with a bit of simple basic techniques that you've got under your belt, you can, there's nothing stopping you, and there's nothing better,
No, I absolutely agree.
And then you get bitten by the bug, and then you can't stop. That's the trouble. So I'm just sewing all the way round, and just make sure that your raw edges are together. That's why it's a good idea to tack it or put more pins in than I've put in here. And then when you get to your cross seams, just make sure that you've got them flat, because sometimes you can sort of push them to one side. Fabric has got a little bit of give as well, so if you've got a little bit, maybe you've got a little bit less on one side, just give it a little tug and it should be, should even it out.
And overlocking the edges before you sew the seams makes it a lot easier
It
too
does.
as well.
Yes, I mean, if you're serious about dressmaking and you think, I'm going to do a lot of it, it really is worth getting one for just having that professional finish on the edge. It does make so much difference, and it's so much faster as well. So I'm nearly there, so literally going all the way around. There we go. You can just overlap it a little bit at the beginning, just to sort of seal that last bit. Take your pins out. And then really it's just what you do here. I've done some buttonholes. I can't do a buttonhole here because I'd have to put the attachment on, which would probably take up the rest of the...
Oh, it's very easy to put on.
It's very easy to put on, yes.
It's just a neat, but you probably haven't got one in the machine, to be honest.
If you haven't got a buttonhole attachment, which most machines do have them these days, don't they? Mm-hmm. You can always just slice a hole and then do a hand buttonhole stitch around the edge just to seal the raw edges. You could do that. Or
you can
sew your button on, because you can take it off without.
You could put poppers on. I remember I used to sort of dread this, because I don't find buttonholes difficult, but you could put poppers on and then put a button on the top to mimic a buttonhole. So don't have a buttonhole, but have a sturdy popper which you stitch on, and then put a button on top of that to look like you've got buttonholes.
I mean, the other thing is you could get proper jeans buttons, which you bang on.
Yes, use a rivet tool and everything.
Tool. And then you can use a clasp if you wanted to. Mm-hmm. The only thing about the clasp, just make sure that it's the right width for your strap. If you can only find the wider ones, then you could always just add a little bit onto the width of your strap.
Yes.
So make your straps a little bit wide.
Make sure you get those before you do the strap.
They're not wide. They could go a little bit wider, those straps. Mm-hmm. So anyway, here we are. Let's just, obviously it needs a bit of a press. So you press your seam downwards, and then you're going to, or is it upwards? Can't remember. I have to look at my pattern. Last page. Yes, so it's on the bib side. So you press your seam up, seam allowances going towards the bib, and then you go put it back on the machine and you're top stitching all the way around in your seam. And just make sure that you get your seams nicely matched up. You probably do a lot better job than I've done there. But and then you've got your buttonholes there at the top.
So when you do your buttonholes, I would advise that you test out on scraps of the same fabric, same number of layers.
Yes.
To make sure.
And some buttonhole attachments, you can actually put the button into the attachment, so it will do the correct buttonhole size. But if not, if you've just got the little rectangle of plastic, it's on sort of more basic machines, just make sure that it's not too baggy, because sometimes you can do them a little bit too big or too small, so just check on that. But I have seen some people who have done a buttonhole and then they have literally tied their tie on, and that looks really nice too. So there's no buttons, you just literally tie.
I thought you mean, so you thread the,
the strap through the tie, yes. And then you just literally tie it off. And it's long enough to do that. See? You can just go.
And then tie it off like instead.
Yeah.
Oh, watch your microphone. I wonder. I could hear Elliot going. I thought he was having a panic attack in there.
He's going to have a right go at me afterwards, isn't he?
He won't. He's very nice, really.
My microphone.
He's very nice, really.
Oh,
just likes to.
Yeah, we love you anyway.
So there's lots of different ways you can finish those there. If you're a bit worried about buttonholes, there's other ways of doing that.
Yes, and dungaree clasps are very easy to find. But I love the buttons because I just love a wooden button or a shell button.
Nice, and we've got those nice
and
buttons.
And you've got the lovely buttons.
We've got the wooden buttons again.
And
that
the
we've
ones
got.
that I've got like a little bit of hand painted detail on.
Yes,
them.
I love these
glorious.
ones. These are really lovely.
Yeah.
But if you are doing, and I can't remember, I do excuse myself, I can't remember. But if you are doing a different colour patch pocket and things, like a Liberty pocket, who was it that said that? Then you could also have self-covered buttons in the same fabric, which would look really nice too.
And you can
even put a little decorative bit around the hem. You could put
a little bound hem would be lovely, wouldn't it?
You could just lots of things you can do.
Yes. And if you've got the Brighton bucket hat, it goes perfect with this.
Does it?
Yeah, especially
we've got a message across the bottom. This is from June. Hi from sunny Spain. Ooh. I'm not sure I want to talk to you, June. Made these last week, very simple to put together, made them in a lightweight fabric, and she's very happy with them. Well done, June. What's your weather like? I bet it's not like ours. I bet you can wear them in lightweight fabric at the moment.
Hang on, we have had some nice weather, but it's gone a bit gloomy now, isn't it? For 2 minutes we get a bit of a heat wave.
Oh yes, before you leave, Fiona, let's mention these bags that you've got behind you.
I mean, funky or what?
Yes.
So I made them up in the other colourways because Ian sort of said, oh, I think people would like to see them in these colourways, because I think we've got a few of the pink and the these ones left. So, I mean, they've got a denim base to them. It's a kit, so you get everything in there, including thread, zip, lining. I think you don't get the interfacing because I think you can choose between whether you want to do it in bag foam, which is that one. So it's much more sturdier, or this one has been done with the H640. Whoops. So yeah, they've got a lovely spotty lining, and that makes just a lovely present. You get all the rings as well, and they have a denim handle that you make yourself, and they're just lovely for spring, aren't they? Summer.
They're lovely. So it's a Sew Girl boho bag,
and that's Soho boho bag, and that's what we've got. We've got them on the website, haven't we?
Yes, we've got them on the website. Yeah. So just search them on the website. If
and
you're
they're not
interested
for
in
sale
one of
anywhere
these.
else. So because I don't do these ones. We've done them specially for you.
This is specially for SewingStreet.
I think I do this one, but
I love that
these
one.
Ones. Yeah. Which one?
The one
pink one.
No, the one that one. Yeah, I think that's lovely. Oh look, there they are.
Yeah.
$29.99, and that's the kit. So that's got the zip.
That's really good
the
value,
inner fabric, the outer fabric, the rings.
Yes.
So it is lovely, isn't it?
Everything, yeah.
And exclusive to
And it's
SewingStreet.
a fun project. And it's constructed in the very similar way to the cosmetics bag that Kerrie was doing. It's similar sort of, insertion of the zip and
Right.
everything. So it's fairly straightforward.
That's lovely. So you do look at those fabrics are gorgeous. They look like
And these are
Ankara
African
fabrics.
Dutch wax fabrics, so these are genuine
That's
Ankara
right.
fabrics. Yes.
So that's what they look like.
They do, that's because they are. And they just look great with dungarees, don't they, or Orla? They look nice with the...
They do. They look lovely.
Whoop!
You're throwing your
And it's all
glasses
going-
around, I think.
It's going chaos.
Thanks ever so much, Fiona. When are you back with us?
Now, we've just changed the date, so I can't remember, but I think it's in the first week of July.
Oh, right, okay.
No, is it?
That'd be next week.
No. First week of August.
Oh, right, okay.
That's it. Yes.
First week of August.
I think it's the 5th of August, so it's the Wednesday of the first week of August. So I think that might be the 5th. I should have checked that, shouldn't I? But anyway.
That's fine. Oh,
I'll
well,
give you
first
all a
week
bit of
August.
warning.
Elliot said it's the 7th. It's the Wednesday.
Oh, right, it's not. It's that day then. Or is it the one before?
Or is it the one before? She's back soon. She's just back
So
soon.
professional.
And we will let you know when she knows when she's back. Don't ask me either. So just to recap, the pattern, this is the pattern 17.99 for this Doris Dungarees, sizes 8 to 22, which has been really popular because it's not surprising. Lovely, comfortable garment to wear, and you can make it in the denim, and we've got the fabric bundles for you, or you can make it in linen, or you can of course make it in a print. That's entirely up to you. You can add the pockets or leave the pockets off. You can add the buttonholes or leave the buttonholes off. It's entirely up to you. So if you're an absolute beginner, you can do this. Just take it slowly, read the instructions through, and then go for it. It's always a good idea to read them. I mean, I would say that anyway. Always read the instructions through before you start. So you have this demonstration from today, but also from the 29th of April, you'll have a further demonstration showing different elements of the construction. And of course, you can go onto the Sew Girl blog in order to see lots more hints and tips on there. Bundles. Quick look at the bundles. The one that was Fiona was working with, this one. This is the one. So this is this bundle here. So we've discovered that these are 56 inches or 142 centimetres wide. So this is a lovely linen fabric. It's enzyme washed linen. So it's lightweight, but it's actually, it's not light. It's sturdy, it's stable. So it's a really nice fabric to make dungarees out of. So this is this colour here. So this is our denim. It's denim colour, so this is not denim fabric, this is denim colour linen. We also have the chartreuse, this one here. But don't forget, all of these also work for the dress, the Orla dress. And of course, lots of other garments, to be honest. They work for lots of things.
It's a lovely weight.
It is a nice weight,
Hangs
isn't it?
really beautifully.
So it's a nice weight. It's quite crisp.
And also, it doesn't have a right or wrong side. So it's, you know, it's nice that, you know, it's not an obvious.
Yeah, and there's no
one-sided
direction.
fabric.
So as you
No.
said, you can actually have your pattern up. You can
that's
get more
right.
economical with your fabric.
Yes, so follow
on
the lay
layout.
plan, which is the non-directional wide width lay plan, which is usually the last one.
So that's the chartreuse. We also have it in lavender. This is lovely, isn't it? It does go well with my cardigan. Imagine me in dungarees.
That's such a good colour on you.
It's a beautiful
actually.
colour, isn't it?
Yes,
It
really
is a very lovely colour. I can see this in a dress as well, definitely.
With your colour hair, it looks gorgeous.
So this is the lavender, enzyme washed, 100% linen, 3 metres for £34.99. Then we have teal, which is this one. It's a lovely, I love this colour too. I like all the colours actually. Even the taupe colour, the grey.
Yes, that's nice.
This is nice too, this one.
To be honest though, I mean, if you bought a pair of linen dungarees in a certain shop, you'd be paying £150.
Oh,
for
at least.
it. Yes,
Definitely. So you're paying what, $17.99,
yes.
and then also $31.99. So it's sort of 32 and 18, 50 quid.
Yes.
And you get them
Yes,
made
and
to
you've
measure.
probably got
They're
some
made for
fabric
you.
left over to make a hat.
Oh, plenty
or
to
a
make a
bag,
hat,
yeah.
hat or a bag. That's really lovely. No, it is. Because it's not often that you can actually make cheaper than you can buy nowadays.
No,
you know, you
it's
don't.
true,
it's not
actually.
why you dress
No,
make at all.
That's right. Yes.
So here we have, this is $34.99. This is the aqua. So this is like a duck egg blue, I'd say. It's a really lovely colour.
Beautiful.
And then we have we not got this one anymore? The taupe. So this is the grey, but it's like a taupe grey. It's not a silver grey. It's very nice.
Beautiful.
It is. It's a chic colour, this one.
Jess has done such a good fabric choice, I think,
Yes.
on this show.
And then we have the denims. So we have the dark. This is our dark denim. Again, it's a nice weight of denim. It's sort of mid-weight, I would say. It's quite light.
It's an 8 ounce, that
It's
one.
It's 8 ounce. But it will flow and it's very soft as well, so be comfortable to wear.
The more you wash it, the more supple it
Yes.
becomes. Yeah.
But it is advisable to wash, in fact the linen as well, it's advisable to wash your fabrics before you sew, particularly when dressmaking. Yes, they do have an issue of possibly fraying edges, but you have to live with that. But it's better to have washed it before you sew it and then have a garment that fits you after you wash it, rather than wash it after you've sewn it and the garment's now too small.
You can always overlock
know
your
that.
edge, couldn't you?
I've been there. So this is our medium denim. So it's the same weight again. And it's just a lovely, comfortable denim which will hold its shape nicely. So really nice. And don't forget, we had all those other fabrics earlier on today. So, and we've got the buttons and the other patterns. We have packs of interfacing because you needed to interface your facings. So we do have a pack of interfacing
You
on
only
there.
need 10 centimetres of interfacing
You only need
for
so
the
so a pack will last you for lots of other things as well. Always worth having those. And of course we've got the Orla trapeze dress pattern, so that's on the website as well. So after the break, I am going to be back with some more fabulous fabrics. These are Alison glass fabrics and Jason Yenter's fabrics. So I will be back with you in just a few minutes.
Hello, I'm Jane Greenoff and I'm stood in the barn here at Pink's Barn in Gloucestershire, England, which is where I live with my husband, and I stitch. I think I stitch in my sleep. I've certainly been stitching for over 30 years now, and by stitching I'm talking about counted cross stitch or counted embroidery in general terms. I also collect old samplers, and I've got one to show you here. Now, this smashing, it was actually stitched in 1796 by a little girl of 8 or 9, and it's absolutely charming. So I collect antiques, I love to draw and create antiques for the future, and look forward to seeing you all on Sewing Street sometime in the future.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street fans and Yarn Lane TV fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again. We love designer fabric here at SewingStreet. From the vibrant colours of K Facet and Tula Pink to the classic designs of Liberty and William Morris and contemporary fabric by Tim Holtz. We're also proud to have wonderful guest designers in the SewingStreet family who share their patterns and designs with us. So we're celebrating our love of designers with Designer Week from Monday the 21st to Sunday the 27th of June. Join us for plenty of new designer fabrics from K Facet, Tula Pink, Liberty, Anna Maria Horner, Riley Blake and much more. As well as projects and inspiration live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Freeview Channel 72, Sky 670, YouTube and Facebook Live. Check out the programme guide on our website for details on what's on each day.
Hi, welcome back. I'm surrounded by more lovely fabrics. I am lucky, you know, this is really lovely. So yes, here I am surrounded by these beautiful fabrics here. And we're going to start with Jason Yenter. Oh, hold on a second. I'm just going to wipe that table. There's a little bit of dampness on the table. I'm just going to wipe it. Because we anti-back it before between each of us coming on here, and I don't want to get it on the fabrics. Right. Let's look at these beautiful fabrics. Look at these. Now, these are all available by the ½ metre. This is our Jason Yenter collection. They look a bit batik-y, but they're not. They just look like it. So you've got the look of it without the expense of it. Let's go with our first one. I'll move those out of the way. This is the first one here. Look at this. These lovely lilac-y blues colours. So the code on this is CTU. Is that enough? CTU 163. Okay. This is really lovely, look. Oh, we have a clip of him, do we? Talking about his collection. That would be good. Let's see that. Okay, let me look at this one while we're waiting for it. So this is £7.49 for ½ metre. So this is where you can buy multiples of the ½ metre. So of course, if you wanted to have 1 metre, 2 metres or more, you just put multiple units in your basket. Now, when we originally launched these were very popular back in May. This is a really beautiful fabric here. In fact, when we launched them in May, we had a little video, and we're going to show it to you now in a minute.
Hi, I'm Jason Yenter, President and Design Director of In the Beginning Fabrics. I'd like to share with you my new Floor Graphics 5 collection. I think it might be one of the favorite collections I've ever designed. It's, as you can see here, there's just a multitude of colors. It kind of spans the whole spectrum from vibrant reds down into some greens, golds, teals, blues, into the purple magenta. I can't decide which colorway I like the best. Each one, you know, they just work together so well. Like in this one, the reds and the golds, and then that just pop of green really sets things off. When I designed these, I wanted them to be kind of batik-y, which they are. They kind of, a lot of people are actually fooled, especially like in a print like this where they think it is batik. These are actually digitally printed. So in a digital print, you can use as many colors as you want, and you get a very precise printing. So it's kind of, you get the same coloring as you would in a batik, but you can print it on a nicer fabric, which is much easier to quilt through. Here's the border print in the red colorway. I just love this. I mean, you can see all the different colors in there and how they flow into one another. This would be pretty much impossible to do in screen printing. Here's some of the other pieces. This is also another great piece here. Very batik looking. Some of the circles. Some of the prints, you know, like this on the border, they have a whole bunch of colors in them. Other prints are more tonal, like this, you know, just different golds, yellows. And as I said, it goes through just a wide spectrum of colors. You move into some more of the cooler colors. These blues and teals all go really nice together. This is also just a great basic print. The white circle dots makes a really good background. And then you get into these. This one here, love the purples in this. And a variety of prints. You know, this one's real scrolly, leafy. And then you get something a little more geometric. And then moving over, here's the border print in the purple colorway. It's really fun. For this collection, I also did a book. Here you can see the cover and you can see some of the quilts that are in the book. This is a close-up of one of the strip quilts. You can see how you could pick a colorway if you wanted, or you know, you can use the whole collection together. As I said, I really enjoyed putting this collection together, designing the colors and the patterns. I hope you get a chance to use it and create something wonderful.
Look at those lovely fabrics, and sadly we don't have them all anymore. We did, but we sold out a lot of them. But what we do have is what I've got here to show you. So that one we were just looking at, $7.49. Just go back to that one. This is this lovely print, and he said digitally printed, which means he can use all of these different colours. So this is really lovely, and you can't get that with screen printing, and you can't get it with batik. You can't get that many colours. And look at it, it's just so lovely. It just looks, it's so much depth to it because of it. So this is one of the beautiful blues, $7.49 for half a metre. This would be beautiful for dressmaking as well as for patchwork quilting and crafting. All sorts of uses for that. That's the first one. Now I've got another blue, so he's talking about his colour palette. So I've got another blue here. So similar design, or the same design. This one is THU. So I'll flip that over. So this is THU. So this is medallion print again, but this time it's on turquoise. So very similar pattern. Well, it's the same pattern, but this is more just blues. And then you've got like a smudge going through it. It's just so lovely. Very lovely print. Lovely quality fabric. Just $7.49 for half a metre. And as I was saying earlier, that price at half a metre is not one we're going to be able to sustain for that much longer. We're keeping it at that price whilst we can, but we do know that fabrics have just gone up all over the place, and we are keeping it down because obviously we want to give value to our viewers here, but we can't keep it at that price for much longer. I don't know how much longer we can, but for now that's the price we've got. So another blue. I've just gone completely dead in my ear. So this blue here, so this is another one. This is code number UEU. So it is similar. Now we've only got 10 metres of this one left. Look at this though, shirt. This is a John shirt. We like to have a John shirt every day. Isn't this beautiful? But this is also, it's also a beautiful dress, but it's also lovely in quilts. I can see this in the centre of a quilt. I can see this bit. And again, because you've got different size circles on here, you can cut small pieces without ruining the design. Very, very beautiful, that one. I love that colour. I think that's the only one we have in this. Oh no, we have got it in green. We've got it in green. So let's see the green. So this is the green version. So again, it's just because of all the different sort of shading, the light and the dark, It just adds all these layers to it. It makes it look really special and really lovely. So it's a beautiful print. And the fabric is so soft. It's a really lovely soft cotton. That's a really lovely. So that's the green. What do we call that one? These sort of spirals. Lime swirls. Yes, that's nice. Then back to a blue. So this is another blue. This is the one that he started his little video clip with. Look at that. The detail on that is beautiful, isn't it? So it's a lovely design. It seems to go up and down. So it's really, really pretty. It's like the little, it is like a random spot effect in the background. It is absolutely beautiful. It does amaze me when you see this sort of thing. You do wonder, you know, what they're thinking when they're designing this, when they decide and to add this colour, add that colour, add this layer to it. I wonder how many tries they do without getting it right. Because it can't be something that's simple. It must be something with a lot of thought going into it, because what we get at the end of it is so beautiful. Look at this one. So this is a sort of pinky. This has got lots of colours in it, hasn't it? So I just turn it round. It is almost paisley, but again, it's sort of got leaves and little stars, all sorts going on there with those beautiful colour and that sort of wash going over it again. Very pretty. Really like this. It's a lovely colour. Now we do only have 6.5 metres of this one. It was very, very popular when we first launched it. Well, usually I go for dresses, but you know, I don't know. I could see this in furnishings and crafting as well. I just love the colours on it. I love the way the colours graduate as well. Really, really pretty. Again, you could make a top or a blouse or a shirt. And then we have this one. So these, I love the depth of these colours, these darker ones. Fauna outline. Ah, flora and fauna. So I love this one. Look at the colours on that, the richness of that. Very beautiful. You can imagine lying on the grass, looking up ahead, and you can see all the leaves of the trees and then the sky coming through. Getting a bit poetic here. So $7.49. So it's $7.49 for half a metre. So of course, if you want a metre or 2 metres, you just multiply the units that you want, and then you can get the lot, and it'll be cut for you from the bolt. So really nice one, this one. And then we have, I think my favourite is going to be the last one, I think. So that's lovely. I don't often go for green, but that is a particularly lovely one, I think. It is the purples. Here we have, so we have this design. Oh, this is the same ones we had to start with, look, but this is in the green. So we had it in the sort of purpley colours and the turquoise colour, and now in the green. This is really lovely, isn't it? Again, it's got that sort of smudginess. It's the medallion print, but it's in the green. It is very summer inspired, and it's as if somebody has literally splashed water on it as the design has been created. So it fades in and out. I think it's really lovely. And this is a digital print, but you feel like it's actually been watercoloured almost. Very, very pretty. Pretty colour green. Lovely fabric. And then, oh, that was limited as well. Oh, they all are. They're all limited. And here we have, oh, this one. This is directional, this one. Look at this. Isn't this a fresh print? It's really lovely. So you've got all these leaves and ferns. I mean, you can just imagine, you know, just walking through the cornfield in your long flowing dress, wearing something really pretty like this. But it's, oh, only 4.5 metres left of this one. Lovely lightweight cotton. It would make a beautiful top as well. Little shell top. Or again, if you're thinking quilting, all of these go so well together. and you could create some beautiful quilt pieces. And because a lot of the leaves on here are small, you could quite easily cut this into a small piece without losing any of the design. You've still got lots of design going on there, even when you've got a small piece there. So that is a really lovely one. And then same design, but this time in these beautiful rust colours. Now we've only got 3.5 metres of this one left. Again, it's directional design. Look at that, that is amazing, isn't it? I love those colours, sort of really rich colours. You can't do this the barley pot method or the batik method. This is done digitally to get all of these depths of colours. And you can just add them, add colour on colour on colour. So I'd just be fascinated to see how this is done. Only 3.5 metres left of this one. So if you're thinking of something to wear, you probably want 3.5 metres of this. And at £7.49, that's a really good price. And then I have to say, this is probably my favourite one. This is the last one of this collection. Oh, only 2.5 metres of this one left. There would be, wouldn't there? Look at that. That is, again, it's that same design as we saw earlier, that sort of paisley design, which is this one. But look how completely different it looks when you see it in these really sort of fireworky colours. They really are fiery, aren't they? So all of these Jason Yenter fabrics have been really popular. It's a beautiful soft cotton. It really is lovely. But this is all we have left, and we are limited. See how it folds and drapes. But again, if you're thinking of quilting with it, I mean, look how wonderful that would look as a piece in a quilt. Even if you're just talking about a triangle, just a triangle like that, just a little bit, still looks glorious. So there's lots of uses for these fabrics. Unfortunately, 2.5 metres, you could get a shift dress out of it. Lots of people are just buying the half metres, and you can do so much. Put it in your stash, but again, you can combine some of these. If you're thinking about doing something, there's no reason why you can't do some trousers, have one leg in one colour, one leg in the other. Be a bit snazzy, do something a bit different. So let's look at his book, because he did mention this book on the video we just looked at. Flora Graphics 5 quilts. So this is going to give you some ideas of what you can do with the fabric. Look at these. So you can see some of these fabrics that we've just looked at. A lot of these are here. These are the fabrics we've just looked at here. And this one. And this one. Oh, gorgeous, aren't they? And then here's some quilts. So you've got the quilts, and it tells you how to cut it and then piece it all together. And it's done in colour too, so that makes it nice and easy to follow. I've got this, what's the purples. This looks so lovely. So even if you do put some solids in with this and just use a few of the prints, you've got templates, and they are to size, which is great. And then it's showing you how to put these together. So they look more complicated. Oh, see, now doesn't that look amazing? That's just strips interspersed with black. It's a bit bargello-y, isn't it? But it's a zigzag pattern. Isn't that beautiful? So that is such a dramatic design. And this is how you put it together in colour, so you can see how it goes together. Absolutely gorgeous. A lot of cutting out on that bit, be worth it. And now we have the flying geese. So it's quite a simple patchwork technique, but looking stunning when you add it to these glorious fabrics. Oh, look at this one. Isn't that gorgeous? Again, lots of cutting out to be done. Getting those little squares, but a really beautiful design. Very clear instructions, all in colour. I love that. You haven't got to try and work out which number's which. You can work it out much more easily. And then you've got mitered borders. So how to do a mitered border is useful. Again, same design here, look, but in the purples. These are so gorgeous, aren't they? Really beautiful designs. Lots of instructions so you can follow that nice and easily. And again, this looks like lattice work. So very clever coordination of these beautiful fabrics and very clear instructions. And there's our Jason. He's our Jason. He lives with his partner Jay and his Gracie the cat. And his son. Isn't that beautiful? In the Beginning Fabrics. That is from Jason Yenter. To go with those beautiful fabrics that we've got. And that, I didn't look at the prices, it's $17.99. $17.99 for that really superb book. Let's go to some Alison glass fabrics. These ones here. Oh, this one? This is Sun Prints. Look at these colours. Superb colours. Now, these have been on before and they are very, very popular, but these are all by the half metres. We're not selling it as a bundle. Let's start with the top one. There's so much to look at, and this almost has like a cross-stitch look to it. This is called the Menagerie print, and it has like bugs. It's got little bugs and animals. This looks like a lion. It's upside down, that lion, but I think, does it matter which way up we have it? Is it multi-directional? Is that the right way up? Because this bug's going this way now. They do. It's this bee, got a bee, got a rabbit, 2 little rabbits. Aren't they amazing? You do, as Kat said, as you look at this, you see more and more. Little, oh look, this is really lovely. And you could cut small pieces, quite easily you could cut a small piece. You might want to fussy cut it though. You wouldn't, you'd just see it's a pretty sort of all over design. And then as you look closer, you can see all these little creatures. Is that a phoenix? Oh, is it partridge? Partridge in a pear tree? It's whatever you want, isn't it? It could be. You can decide what you want it to be. So we only have 3 metres of this one left. So if you do want all 3 metres, then you need to put into your bag 6 units. It's $6.99. This is $6.99 for half a metre. So a great price there. Same design, but this time in oranges. So this is in tiger. So again, we have all of the little animals. Can you see the lion? It is interesting. The different colours mean different pieces start out, but it does look like it's all cross-stitched. You've got the lion, you've got the birds. Got a little bumblebee here. Aren't they lovely? So it's quite nice. Again, beautiful quality fabric. Feels lovely to the hand, nice and soft cotton. $6.99 for half a metre. And you know, $7.49 is a really good price. $6.99 is even better. And again, we can't necessarily keep it at these low prices indefinitely because all these fabric prices are going up to us and to everybody. But that is a really lovely one too. And then we have this pink. So you know, this one is in 3 colourways. So this one is OFW. So this is the embroidery print on strawberry. Just trying to work out if there's a right way up or not. Looks like there might be. It's like a slightly darker coloured line, which is actually, it is quite clear, but again, it's one of these fabric prints that you just look and you just keep seeing more detail as you look. So again, we've got a whole mixture of things. We've got an eagle and butterflies, but we've also got a star, and we've got a plane and a rainbow. So a complete mix. Then an eagle of thread and scissors and a moon and a church. So it's this really difficult, really eclectic mix of symbols all over this. And then flowers. Every time you look at this, you'll see something a bit different. It's a lovely cotton. It's got a little bit of movement in it. It's really lovely, lovely soft cotton. So again, you could actually use small parts of this. So if you cut it into squares or triangles or whatever, you can use small parts of this nicely. You might want to fussy cut so you get one of the actual motifs complete. 3.5 metres left of that one, I'm afraid, that's all. We have the same design, but this time, it is the same design, isn't it? But this time it's in the grey. And it is amazing how different this looks. This is called Cloud. And it looks completely different because you can see the detail more. Thimble. It's just such an eclectic mix. Thimble and then a cupcake and an apple and then a bug. And I don't know what those are. But a pencil. Heart. It's just got such a mixture of different symbols. Rainbow, yes, moth, needle and thread, scissors. It's one of those, you really do all like little bunnies and a bird, swallows. So we've only got 2.5 metres left, but this is a really fabulous little design, £6.99 for the ½ metre. You've still got a chance of getting it, although this might be the last chance we see them. So what we've got now might be the last we have of these. We then have the same design again, but this time in a beautiful burnt orange. It's called Pumpkin. So again, you've got all the same design all over. I think there has to be a right way up for the eagle. Here he is. There's the eagle. So yes, I think this is a directional print. But again, it's got all of those lovely little symbols all over, all these little different motifs. Complete mixture of motifs all over that. It's really lovely, isn't it? Really pretty design in this lovely, lovely orangey colour. And then we have one more, which is in a lovely red, real scarlet red. And that's this one here. So look at this. Oh, beautiful. So this is another one. This one's called, did you say called Stitch? Stitched. It does look like, it looks like a lot of cantha stitching actually, because it's just got like the little straight lines of stitching, bit of cross stitch going on in there. It is really beautiful. You could actually embellish it with some hand stitching over that. So I do some hand stitching, but with embroidery flosses and things, you could add to this, get some definition in various parts of it. So it's really lovely fabric, lovely quality, all from Alison glass, and it's all from her 2020 sun prints. So this is all we've got left of this. It was a big collection when we first brought it to you, but this is what we've got left. So if you've been thinking about it and you want to get some, do so before we run out, really. £6.99 for the ½ metre. We're going to go for another book now. So let's look, I'm going to go for this one. I like the idea of this sizzle quilts. That goes so well with those lovely colours we've just looked at. Now this is all foundation paper piecing. And again, it's got 2 bold colourways. So look at these lovely designs. And it has everything that you need. Notice I'm going from the front to the back this time. But how different do those 2 designs look just by having them in different colours? So it's very, very colourful. So you've got all of the detail on how to do this. So you've got the start and how to do foundation paper piecing, how it all works, and then going through to construct. And then you take the papers off afterwards. Look at that. It's just a lovely, very, very clear instructions. Really detailed photos, making it simple to follow. So it's I say it's a very simple design. It's not a simple design, but it's made simple by the very clear instructions. Lovely. And I just love that design. So you could easily create some of these with these fabrics we've just looked at. All these ones the Alison glass fabrics we've just looked at, look as if they were made for this, don't they? They really do. Absolutely beautiful. And of course you may well have some in your stash as well. Very detailed. Exactly how to put it together to create all of these different parts of this design. And of course, once you've learned how to do these different blocks, there's no reason why you can't combine these in a different quilt of your own, because you're learning the different blocks. They're beautiful. These lovely colours. The borders. They've used lots of plains there, but there's some patterns going on there, but you could use patterns. It would make it stand out. It's almost kaleidoscopy, isn't it? And then of course we've got the templates at the back here. All these lovely templates. So really useful book. If you want to have a go at foundation paper piecing, this is a really good one. I love the way it's called a sizzle quilt, it does. Of course you can do it in pastels if you prefer, but the point of this book is to show how you join all these beautiful colours together and how they can really look amazing. So that's a really fabulous book there. We're going to do another book because we want to have a look at this one. So this is our lovely Debbie Shaw, who we all know and love. This is her Sewing Room Secrets book. Oh, is it signed? It is signed. Look, it's signed. So in here, let's see if I can start from the front and go to the back. Doesn't come naturally. But obviously, she's got all the introduction and some essential equipment, some machines, the feet that you might need, the tools and accessories, so you get through all of this essential information, which is always useful. And you'll get this in most of her books. And then, once you've got through this, you will go into the projects. This is so useful to have if you're new to quilting or applique, what the quilt sandwich is. Straight line quilting, it's all nice and simple, and again beautifully photographed. Her husband does the photography. Now we have 50 reviews for this book, so it's $9.99. Just $9.99 for all of this, and now we're going into the project. So let's have a look at some of these reviews. Great book, full of helpful tips to get you started with quilting. Debbie Shaw books are always inspiring. I do agree. They are lovely, lovely books, beautifully presented as well, always. Susan says, first time I have had a Debbie Shaw book. I will have more of her books, very easy to read and understand. I agree, they definitely are. Angela from Devon has said, very informative and has some nice makes. That's nice. Yes, I'm looking at the makes now as we get to them. Look at this. So do check out the reviews on the website. Beach hut hanger. These are so sweet. Chapuntu, I love that technique, where you add definition by stuffing it from back. Now the stocking. Table runners, so quite simple designs, so you can have a go with some glorious fabrics. Sashing, bunting quilting, so nice simple projects here. Oh, I like the idea of a bargello. I love bargello. That's a beautiful design, and doing it is just a small pillowcase. It means you can have a go at doing it. And again, imagine these really glorious colours in these, or some of these fabrics we were looking at from Jason earlier. Bit of English paper piecing, and then you can show a snowflake and some bag making. So there's a little bit of everything in here, so you can have a go at all these different techniques, including reverse applique. So lovely book, beautifully laid out, lots to have a go at, and again of course templates in the back here. It is a lovely book, really beautiful book, and it's signed by our Debbie. So let's get some more fabric. So this is Alison Glass again. This is her Art Theory range. I think I might have launched these. I do remember these ones. It's mixtures of day and night, of bright and black and white and black and grey. So let's start with the one on the top. So this is, does she call it concrete? Yes, cross on black is descriptive. It is what it is. It's a cross on black. This is great for borders and things, for small parts. So you crossed, what did you say? Oh, cross plus black. Yes, it is, because it's pluses and crosses in there. So that's really nice. So that's just a sort of grey on a black. That's really good. That could be great for borders. Or that quilt we were looking at just now that had the black strips going across, you could use something like this for the strips. So that's that one. Now we have the same, but this is in the day version. So a lot of these fabrics do this. So you have a night version, then you have a day version. This is our day version. So again, you've got the cross and the plus. So this would be, you could do small parts, small bits of a quilt with this. It would be beautiful. It's sort of very light silver grey and on grey. Very nice that. It'd be lovely. Oh, but you could, yes, you could make dungarees out of this, but you could also, I mean, this would make a fabulous, really fancy lining for something too. I like it with the linings, really special. Now here we have the butterflies on black. This was really popular when we first launched this. We have got 4 meters left. So sort of random butterflies on this lovely back black, but it's not plain black. If you can get in close, you can see it's got a swirly design. Can we get in and look at that? Can we see? Yeah, can we just see, can we see that? Because if you look in here, that design there, look at that. Isn't it beautiful? So then, and then you've got the beautiful butterflies. But they're in different directions, so you haven't got to worry about it being directional. But look at that as an applique, or as a centre one of those, just put one in the centre of a square or a triangle. So you can fussy cut that. It would look beautiful. So that's that one. And then we have the same again, but in the day version. Now we have a little bit more availability on this one. So if you want this one, we've got 12 meters. So in other words, 24 units. But it might be the last time we see it. So again, we've got that same sort of intricate filigree design underneath, and then you've got the random butterflies flying in every direction. If I do that, you can see. This is £6.49 half metre. So it's even better price, this is. So it's still Alison glass fabric, so you're still getting designer fabric. It should really be £7.49, and then that's a good price because, as I said, we are keeping these prices low at the moment, but they have gone up every house we've checked. And they will have to go up because it's gone up, generally speaking. But beautiful, beautiful fabric. And I like the fact that it's non-directional, so you can use it in any direction that you like. Then we go back to a grey. So again, this one we have in 2 colours. This is the arrow print. And you can see that. So it has got a stripe, little arrowheads going across there. If I move it down, except it being so creased. So this would make lovely binding or borders. It would make great for bags. But if you have a part denim, part this, it would be lovely. Great lining. It's really a lovely fabric to add to your brights and your bolds because it make those more defined. But it's not just plain. So it's a really lovely mixture. And we have the day version. So this is the day version. So this is almost white on white. So it's the same design, but it's very delicate. It's a sort of very light beige on the creamy white. So we're just going to get, so we can get in there and see that detail. Can you just see? There we are. So it's the same designs we've just seen on the grey, £6.49 for half metre. You can definitely see it better at home. Obviously we have studio lighting here which brightens everything up, makes it lighter. Really pretty, delicate little print there. And then we have this, now this one is an ombre design. Look at that. So you go from the different colours. Now this obviously is only half a metre, but if I push it up there you can see how it's sort of going from reds to oranges, and then it goes through, and then we go to purple. So I just wanted to show all the colours. This is just half a metre, because I've only opened half of the fabric out. But these are the lovely colours it goes from, and then it's got all these lovely birds and things on it again. So we've gone back to the birds and things. Yes, I wonder what goes from there, because obviously when you get half a metre, you might not get this array. You might get from sort of here downwards, because this is across the width. You will get an array, but if you've got a metre, you'd definitely get all of the colours. But lovely for smaller fussy cutting pieces. Again, borders and things. You could cut a strip in one of the colours. Or bias binding, wouldn't that look lovely? That would go across all of them. Really beautiful. And of course we have the same print but in dark fabrics. Now we've only got 2.5 metres of this one. So if you do want it, grab it now. Look at the colours on that. Really beautiful. So it's the same design, but look at how the colours go from here, all these colours. But it doesn't really matter which, if you're getting half a metre, this is what you'll get. You'll get a mixture of the colours. Your mixture might start here and then go up to the colour that goes on from that. If you get a metre, you'll have all of the colour in the range, and they go right across. So it's across. Oh, we've got a review on this one. Fantastic fabric from Alison Glass. Fabric with birds and bees on black fabric will be a winner in my project. Absolutely, this is the one. It is beautiful, isn't it? It has so much going on there, and I love the amber colour of it. Really beautiful. Now we have 2 more in this range. So this one is at low quantities available. We have this one, this starry one. Just 8 metres left of this. So this is a star fabric. Beautiful. So this is the day version. £6.49 for half a metre. This is beautiful quality fabric. Again, I can see this in a quilt easily, or part of a bag, part of a cushion, borders on something. It's just all that colour, and that will go with so many other colours because it picks up all of these beautiful colours in it. And then finally in this collection we have the night version of that one, which again I love. I just love the fact you've got all these deep colours that really show beautifully on the black background. So really beautiful, and it's just lots of stars, and each of the points of the stars is a different colour, and then a centre yellow dot. 3.5 metres left for this at £6.49 for the half metre. It's really beautiful. All of these fabrics are gorgeous, and £6.49 for half a metre. Unbelievable, unbelievable. Low in quantities as well though, so if you are interested, please do grab whilst you can. These will also blend with the other Alison black that we had earlier, Alison Glass that we had earlier. So they do kind of blend well together. If I put them together like this, you can see how the colours go, even when I'm just going to mix them together. You can just pick any 2 up, and because of all the colours in them, they go beautifully. So she uses the same colour palette so that they can be combined beautifully. So do have a look on the website, and you can see, if you want to see any 2 together, get in touch and we can quickly do that for you. I'll just leave them all stacked together. Now we do have a lovely big box of threads, and I do love to have a beautiful box. Look at this box of threads. It's glorious. It's Gutermann, so it's a lovely Gutermann thread, which we all know and love, but there's 70 metres on each spool, 20 spools in the pack for $45.99, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 of the 20 are variegated. So lovely, beautiful for any kind of top stitching project. Or if you're sewing some of the decorative stitches on your machine, use a stitch that's got concentrated stitching with a variegated thread, and it's beautiful. Really lovely, and you can really add some detail to a project using beautiful threads in vibrant colours. Really lovely, $45.99. It's a good idea to have bright colours in your stash. You will use them, they're good for top stitching. You can use them for seaming as well, of course, but they really are lovely for doing some decorative work. You can see some little examples here where they've done some decorative stitching and put in a little sort of band around glasses and things. Some really lovely ideas. But if you don't want all of those, we do have a smaller pack. So this is just 10 reels, but again you've got a mixture of variegated and plain. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it is very fruit salady, isn't it? And this will go beautifully with our fabrics from this morning, from our Anna Marie Horner fabrics, from the Alison glass fabrics we've just seen, from the Jason fabrics we've just seen. Just bring them in, and these colours just automatically go with all these fabrics. Look at that, if I put those with those. You'll always have the thread to go with what you want. Beautiful threads. Sometimes it's nice to have something that's a bit different, not just be plain threads. Have a variegated. That's the one we're looking at the moment. So this is $22.99. This is Gutermann threads, 77 yards or 70 metres on a reel of quality thread. Now we do have a lovely book by Sarah Payne. Now this is to get people into quilting. It's new ways to start patchwork and quilting. So again, it's another book that's great for beginners in quilting. I'm going to go from the back because it's easy. Oh, she's even done machine quilting and using rulers and things. So you've got a whole lot going on here. There's so much in here. I know she's very proud of this book. This was her first. Lovely elephant cushion. Look at that. Isn't that gorgeous? Sewing with scraps. Talking of scraps, don't forget we have those scrap packs from Kerrie. These are just lovely. And again, beautifully photographed. Seeing who the publisher is. Search Press, I thought so. So you can always know you're going to get beautiful photographs step by step all the way through. Very clear. And it will also have in it, so you've got all these lovely makes, lots of techniques to learn. And then you will also have the instructions at the front, the techniques, telling you how to do different things. So it's really lovely. Again, beautiful, beautiful colourways. But you haven't got to do these colourways. You can go bold and bright. You can go pastel. That's the whole beauty of it. That you can choose which fabrics you use to create these designs. Look at that. So a review from Pamela. She says, very interesting book with tips and details for completing projects. Looking forward to starting a new hobby. This is definitely a good one for that. And Linda has said, excellent book, complete coverage of quilting, excellent description of methods and instructions. Very pleased with my purchase. If you do patch it but never quite finish it, this is a way of getting those projects finished. UFOs finished. £12.99 for this book, with so much in it, so many projects, but also, of course, all of the lots of ideas, lots of ways of starting. Disappearing 9 patch, one of the favourite early techniques that I teach to beginners because it's easy to do but looks amazing. So this is really lovely. And then she's got this in lessons, look. So you've got little lessons and then you go into making these projects once you've done that. Even how to cut the squares, because it's not as simple as people think. It's very easy to cut a square and then realise your 3 sides don't quite match the 4th, and then you cut a bit more and a bit more and a bit more. Before you know it, you've got a tiny square. Just £12.99 for all of this lovely book with all of this information in it. It's a really lovely book. Now, before we go, I want to remind you about our mega bundle. Let's just pop that to one side. We have got another thing. Oh, I've got to reach over. Look at this. Oh, you've got a picture after I've reached over. Now, this is why people think you're a monster. So we launched this at 8 a.m. This is our mega bundle, £134.82 for 20 half-metre pieces. So that's 10 metres. You're effectively paying for 18, but you're getting 20. So effectively, you're getting 2 half-metres for free, which is worth about £15. That's £15 saving on the already very good price at £7.49 a metre. Our research tells us that we are the only people that are selling this range at the moment. It's a brand new range. It's new to us. We're launching it. We're selling it by the half metre and in this bundle. So you can go on the website to look at it by the half metre, or you can buy the whole bundle, £7.49 per half metre or £134.82p for the full bundle of 20 half metres. You can get it on split payment, by the way, £67.41 twice. So you get the bundle after you've paid your first payment. So you will really get it. And yeah, you can, you know, once you've paid it, you don't have to think about it anymore, do you? Is that like, but look at these fabrics. I'm still not sure which is my favourite. I'm not sure if it's the big poppy one. Oh, some of them are really close to selling out by the half metre. I really love that one there. Oh, I don't know. And I always like this one here too. So it's very difficult to make a choice. Or, of course, go for that there bundle. Well, I'm tempted. So do have a look at that 8 o'clock hour if you want us to go through the whole collection. We did it then. And, of course, it will be on YouTube later. Now, let's look at what's coming up tomorrow. So tomorrow we have John Scott introducing Susie Duncan. Oh, I wish I was here tomorrow. She always brings a lovely cake. Anyway, she's bringing a brand new Liberty Carnaby fabric launch. That's with Susie. And then Jane Greenoff, lovely Jane Greenoff, is here with her cross-stitch designs. Really beautiful. She really is the queen of cross-stitch. William Morris at 10 o'clock with Susie Duncan again. That'll be beautiful. And then more cross-stitch with Jane, followed by 12 o'clock when we move over to Yarn Lane, and you're going to get Cozy Toe sock kits with Catherine Wright. So that'll be a really good. So make sure you join John, Susie and Catherine and Jane tomorrow. What a lovely day that's going to be. I am back on the 1st of July, which is next Thursday. So I look forward to seeing you all then. Bye.